Hey, what's up?
Oh, how'd the process?
Very fast. So to those of you not watching the video version of today's podcast, I am extremely bald with just a mustache remaining.
So I guess whenever I see changes, I just think about the times where I hair stuff and I've through my head over a bunch of um a bunch of different examples, colors, and so on. But it sounds like you go to a professional and then professional. Oh,
Wooly is extremely quiet. Not to me, by the way. I can hear the Wooly extremely well, which says to me that it's it's something in OBS. Is
strange,
my
strange.
baldness too loud? Hmm.
Second,
Thank you,
1 second.
Windows. Thank you, Windows.
I think that should be fixed.
Hey, Wooly, how are you?
All right, sorry. I think a knob got turned um
Hmm.
during some Street Fighter 6 commentary. Uh,
It's definitely possible.
yes. Okay. There we are. Cool. So yeah, I was saying that it occurs to me that if you just go to a professional who can professionally, quickly, cleanly just remove all the hair, then this doesn't become
Yes.
as laborious a process as it would seem.
Yes, it was like the one of the fastest haircuts I've ever received in my life. Just right off.
Hmm.
And then so there was this fun little moment where he's like, "Hey man, so I understand I get you're trying to get rid of the purple, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, "Well, I mean, it's growing out. You could just like save it." I'm like, "No,
Yeah.
all of it."
Yeah.
And he looked at me and went, "All of it?" I'm like, "All of it."
I mean, you can't explain the story every
It's
time.
really hard. It's getting like okay, so the purple hair I could explain. Oh, it's a bet. This one is like I look like I'm lying because I am
Yeah.
when
Well,
I say, "Oh no, this was the second part of the bet."
I mean, now you're a cop, is what's happening. Just you are an officer of the
So
law. There's
somebody said I look like fucking Farva from fucking Super Troopers, and it harmed my ass. It harmed my spirit.
Do you own any aviators?
Yes,
Oh shit.
that's my
Okay.
sunglasses of
Okay.
choice.
Well then, yeah. This is a problem.
Yeah, man.
Like our interactions might get a little bit stiff, depending.
I'm not
Um,
worried about it.
yeah, you shouldn't be. Yeah, that's correct. That's the way this works. Actually, is you boy. Well, all right. Um, I
You want to know what the biggest difference is?
mm,
I'm so cold.
cold, cold.
I'm like, when you go outside and you put your hat on and you're like, oh wow, that makes like an incredibly huge difference. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Well, I took off my body's hat and now I'm cold inside.
Like when the dog shivers after after a cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, it's funny because like I went to a barber to just do the beard, and like I just showed a picture of like a beard that I wanted, and the person had short hair too. And the dude kind of looked at me and he went like he made like he bugged out eyes and went like, top two, and I was like, no.
You're like, no,
You
no.
stay away from there. That's fine. Just down here, thank you. You know, but yeah. I mean, I guess that how long you think before I can already see stubble coming in there. So you're gonna.
Oh yeah, dude. This. In order to maintain this, I'm going to be making a second appointment to get it back down.
So that's the question is are you going to let the 5 o'clock come in but keep it razor and greased up top? Are you going to be keeping the top maintained?
Yes, I'm going to be. In 2 weeks, I will shave down what has managed to claw itself back,
Okay.
because like this is already coming through. In about a week, it'll be like, that kind of gray, but still very bald,
And
right? And then after that, like I'll be visibly having like red, and it's like no, it has to be egg.
the order from on high was that the chops are staying. So
The order from on high was that once all of this nonsense is over, the chops are to return. That was my instructions.
It's must be weird to experience a visceral amount of face silhouette changes in such a short
It's been a
period of
lot.
time. Like,
It's been a lot,
that,
actually.
Yeah, that must actually do something to your identity and your mirror.
I've gone through some fairly extreme, like as you said, head silhouette changes in like 2 months. And I remember like I had this like with the purple, I was like, the chops was like nothing. Like, all right, okay. The purple, I was like, oh, that's okay. And then I got used to it after about a week. And then after 3 weeks, I'm like, I'm done with this.
Right. Yeah.
I am starting to get used to it, like for real. And I don't like that. That's weird. I'm actually a lot more used to this because I mean I've cut my hair short, but not this short.
I feel like I'll always remember the first time I put a little bit of like color in my dreads.
Yeah.
And I was like hyperventilating almost. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing, like, this is so extreme. Why am I doing this? It was a weird, like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Did I fuck up? Is this horrible? And I feel like, after a while, it just means nothing, same thing for like piercings and so on. But there's a little hint of that every time a drastic change occurs.
So like I gotta ask you. So the whole time you've known me, I've been in some various state of male pattern baldness. So like being precious about my hair has not been a factor.
Right. Okay.
If I were to do something dramatic like fucking go purple, I can shave the whole fucking thing off and get back to where I was in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like it's like that. You can't do that. I remember you went blondie dreads for a while.
Yep.
Then you had blue, you had green, yellow, and whatnot.
All of it.
Okay, so when you dye a dread, like let's say you bleach it, right? Yeah. How long is it going to take for that to revert back to the original hair color?
So it doesn't
to grow the whole dread back out?
Yeah, it doesn't just suddenly turn back to its original hair color. Like you have
No, it fades.
You do have to. It does fade, but then it fades to something that's like just kind of dark and muddy. So you have to dye back to black, basically.
Oh man, that is a lot of fucking work.
Or you could let the tips go out like ombre, like people like they do with your hair, and then you can more or less like be like at a certain point in the dread, I'm okay with it changing. But if I want it to go back all black, you got to do that.
Okay, so that's the context I needed, because you're telling me you were freaking out when you were dyeing your hair. Because I was freaking out when I was dyeing my hair because that was dramatic.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
But I knew for a fact it wasn't permanent. It wasn't even close to permanent.
And what I would say too is like what I used to do is I used to have just the tips, and I'd mess around with those because I'm like, cut them, that's fine. But whenever I did a full dread, those were the ones where I'd be like, oh shit, oh fuck, that's a big deal, you know, because it is. Like
Oh, this particular one looks good in this color.
in this way, yeah, because those are permanent changes. Those are permanent changes. Whenever you do a full one, it's that's it, you know. Um, but yeah, I there is a like, I was surprised to learn, I guess, that like the, you know, full on Michael Jordan like super shiny bald like is an upkeep process that's not that far from doing regular trimming, you know. It takes
Uh,
work.
I'm gonna have visibly like red sheen on my hair in like 5 days.
Hmm. Is is the boy reacting to the face
Oh, he doesn't give a
changes?
shit.
Nothing, huh?
Doesn't
That's
give a shit.
man. Because
He,
that's
Paige and him met me at the barber, and I walked out and like, hey buddy, look at Deadass head. And he walked up and he went
great.
and slapped me on the top of the head a couple times
Great.
and went, ooh.
Because I've been conditioned from seeing all these videos online where like dad comes home and he shaved his beard and then the babies cry and they lose their minds, right?
Okay. So that was my family. My dad, you've met my dad.
Yeah.
My dad has a mustache. My dad is one of those guys that just was born with a mustache.
Right,
But every couple of years, and I mean every couple of years, he would go, ah, fuck it. And he'd shave his mustache. And I'm like 100% convinced that he fucked up trimming it
Hmm.
and like would be like, ah, shit, I can't Charlie Chaplin this. Got to start over. Right. And that would be like a family emergency. My mom would be so upset, like real, like she'd be distraught.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my brother and sister would be like, oh, fucking,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And like depending on your age, like that reaction is still like that's strong, but I'm thinking back to even just the simplicity of my nephew that I maybe like when he was like 1 year old, 1.5 or so, like he was hanging out we were hanging out most of the day, and at one point I just kind of was messing around and I pulled my ponytail out and put the dreads down in front, and he freaked out and screamed and ran, and like from his perspective it looked like a head crab just suddenly descended onto my head. Like he couldn't understand the concept of the hairstyle changing and what was happening, and the silhouette was too much of a scary change, and all these black things were suddenly just going
Yeah.
and it was nightmare, you know. And like the way he screamed was like a real like, oh, okay, kids, let me make sure that like at least, you know, with my girl, I'm like I'm always showing her different versions and whatnot, so that she's just used to that idea of being like, no, that's how hairstyle and it changes. Because the way that kid screamed was like death was coming. It was wild.
Yeah, so I've clearly dodged that bullet with my guy because, like, you know, when he's one, I shaved the beard off because it comes back in like a week, you know, and then I, you know, this and that, and now the purple, and then the mutton chops, now this. Like, I don't think there's anything I could do to my appearance at this point that would phase him at all. I would just become green dad or, you know, whatever the fuck.
That works. That's good because, you know, I mean, the well, whatever. We've discussed the idea of like, oh, what does dad do for work? You're an internet clown? Okay, well,
Clown.
Literally
Clown
internet
dad.
clown.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that he saw all the clown stuff. Yeah, he liked Violent J, like clown.
Nice.
Which is great. Good for him.
I mean, you know, like these are all clowns that are meant to intimidate more than to entertain. So if he's rolling with them, then
much like all clowns. I don't like clowns.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
don't like it.
Do you have the fear? Do you have the phobia?
So like no. But like I find them like a little unsettling, and I guess like a little bit. But like I've never looked at a clown and been like, "Ooh, yay!"
Yeah,
right. Ever. I've just always been like, like it's not fear, more like distaste or apprehension.
Coulrophobia, cowlrophobia. Yeah, that is no that makes sense because they're not settling when you look at them. It's exaggerations in ways that are really weird and yeah, like the making the eyes look so big, making the face look so big, and it's like too happy, you know, like it's very, very much.
I respect a sad clown more than a happy clown. They're more honest about what's going on in clown shit.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like fear of heights in a way, where it's like not everyone is afraid of heights, but everyone should feel a bit like, well, that can kill me, so I don't like that.
I
You
used to
know?
be so I used to be so afraid of heights that thinking about being in a high place would kill my ass.
Hmm.
Like the idea of standing on top of a cliffside would make
Mm-hmm.
me like woozy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to the CN Tower, and my brother and I kept daring each other to jump up and down on the glass.
And you did
And
it.
because we weren't
Yeah,
pussies, we
exactly.
fucking did it. And after that, because have you
Yeah.
jumped up and down on the glass in that
No,
thing?
no,
Oh, it
but
sucked.
yeah.
It's very scary.
Yeah, yeah, you know who else wasn't a pussy? That guy that shoulder checked the fucking glass when teaching his students.
That's right. That's right.
How unbreakable it was. You know, the guy that fucking
And
he Urian shoulder tackled the glass on the 80th floor every morning to show those kids just how unbreakable it was. That
and
worked
he was
out.
right. The glass didn't break.
It all came out in one piece, I believe.
Yeah, it all
according
came
to the
out in
story.
one piece. It was the fastenings to the wall that failed.
God. Crush. See, kids? See? Kill.
That's a great story. That's a great story. I love that story.
Look, I just had that thing where I went up to my cousin's, like, super high up, whatever floor. You're in the dozens of floors. You're in the death drop. It doesn't even matter how high we're at this point. And I'm like, okay, like, looking down, my stomach goes, ooh. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I know this is not rational. I know that this should be something where even 4 or 5 floors up, you should feel this way or so. But you kind of just, I'm like, I'm going to do that thing where I keep a little bit of distance away.
Just a little bit.
And then I kind of realized after, like, I went out and exposed myself a bit more to, like, you know, uncomfortable height edge situations. And then I also remember when during the honeymoon and stuff with me and Punch Mom, I remember in Quebec City I saw some people sitting on the ledge of like a bridge just being really irresponsible and legs dangling off to death type of thing, just because you know, they're the whimsy of it. And I realized, I'm like, it's not the action. I have the fear of heights part is there, but it's way less pronounced than the fear of someone I don't trust behind me being stupid or scaring me or pushing me off, right?
That means you should have a similar fear of standing too close to the edge of the metro.
Yes, exactly. and so when there's the yellow line,
same thing.
Yes, when the yellow line is there and people are standing beyond it and the train is coming, I'm like, are you out of your mind? Why are you so ignorant? Why do you not care about this? Why would you why, like, I just don't understand that. And I realize it's the exact same thing. I'm like, it's not the situation, it's the people behind me potentially. And not just for the sake of like, oh, that's a crazy person that's going to shove you. The person who's going to be an idiot and go, I'm going to pretend to shove you and freak you out. And an accident might happen because people are equally as stupid in that scenario too. It's that the fear gets brought in from.
The same fear of that guy on the escalator could just turn around and stab me with a syringe and I would be not fast enough to stop them.
Sure.
Same exact thing. Same exact thing.
But like, I'm thinking that there's something to the idea that like the subway slammer and the friend you have that's pretending to subway slam you are equally threatening.
It's a fine line. It's a fine line.
I'm swinging full power on both, you know, for the record. Like it's not ha, it's we're fighting now. Like, just that's it, man. You know. Yeah, anyways, that's kind of the deal. You just like, I don't know if you trust who's standing behind you or not, but you should feel the same way you do standing at the edge of a train as you do standing on a cliffside.
So I think the trick to be like, because a lot of people say they're not afraid of heights, or they would not think they're afraid of heights, and like, heights is a relative term, but it's also something that you don't actually have to deal with in like a huge variety of situations. If you fly, yeah, you're going to have to deal with heights, right? But you live in like, you know, Alberta and you're not going to work at a skyscraper, there's no heights to speak of. There are no heights that you will encounter.
I mean,
at any point.
If you're a rig pig and you do one of those like super high up station things, then you got one of those jobs. But
So yeah, that's the trick. Is like, hey, go watch a video of somebody changing the light bulb on like an antenna, and those POV fucking antenna, like, gotta climb up the 2-mile tower to change the
right,
singular
yeah,
light
to
bulb.
change that one light
Watch
bulb.
that, and if
Mm.
your body doesn't go, oh,
Mm-hmm.
then you're fine. You're not afraid of heights. But mine does. I
Right.
look at those videos and I start to get dizzy, man. That it's very intense.
And also, there's these like the super manly changing the oil rig drill videos
Oh
that
yeah,
they
those
have
guys.
where you wrap the chain around and you go and you do the twist, and it's the most manual labor ass hard man that you've ever seen. But it's also one of these things where, like, and they're working super high up, like you're on a little
Yeah.
platform that, like, yeah, if the wind blows a little bit and it goes boop, you're all gone, that's it forever. And like, whenever I see those videos and they're all greased up and doing that, it's Superman at the beginning of Man of Steel, on
Yeah.
the boat type of thing. It's that kind of energy. But you're also like, every time I see that, there's always someone in the comments going, "Hey, so I work on oil rigs in this in the modern day, and anyone who does this is insane. There's no reason to do it this dangerously anymore. Jumping over the wires and chains that can rip
They're
you
just
to
skipping
pieces.
step to skip it.
It's just for filming on Instagram and sticking on TikTok and getting the likes and whatnot. Like, anyone who's doing this officially should, 1, be wearing a helmet, 2, bright high vis, 3,
Yeah.
tons of like keeping the area clean and not full of oil and all this stuff. So the guy who's shirtless, who's just got his hair blowing in the wind and is twisting it and looking all hot and doing his old bit or whatever, is just gonna get everybody killed. So they don't have a whole lot of life preservation about them.
It
anyway.
reminds me of my father showing me safety techniques with like woodworking and stuff like that. And then my dad would just not do any of the safety stuff he just showed me was really important.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he'd be like, I don't need to do that. I know what I'm doing. And I'm like, Dad, you are missing a bunch of little bits and pieces of your body. You have you electrified yourself fixing our VHS player. You once thought that your harness was for pussies and just fell off a build site.
Oh my god.
You're super wrong.
It's just, you see the like, there's a whole collection of just like whatever OSHA videos you can find online where it's like, all right, so here's the fact.
I love tradie TikTok, dude. I love tradie TikTok.
So here's the super cool factory where the molten hot metal is coming out super fast, and a bunch of people at the end have to like grab it and like flick it around quickly.
Oh, I literally saw that video yesterday.
Yeah, and then stick it through the next one, right? And it's like they're all coordinated. Yeah, and you're just like, wow, look at that. look doing the hard labor and whatnot. Okay, that's cool. And then, of course, while they do that, and it's and they skillfully get it in between the rollers, you have the people walking by jumping over the death molten just to, because walking like 15 steps that way to go around it, fuck that. Who's got time? Step over the death trap. That would get every one of us killed if you happen to trip up going over
I had to pick a favorite tradie TikTok. It's OSHA violations. Or OH&S violations, just videos of like these guys are doing the stupidest. It doesn't even save any time nonsense. And the other one is guys who post videos, like a lot of welders and a lot of guys who do a lot of grinding, who post videos going, hey, you should wear your head protection. And they post the profile shot of their face, and then they turn the camera and there's like a 6-inch like piece of rebar going through their welding mask and stopping like 2 inches from their face.
Yeah, man. I love the classics, which is just pan up to scaffolding on the side of a building, pan down to the top of one of the major weight load bearing points on a bunch of wood planks. Just loose wood,
Or like a bag of unmixed concrete. that's
Yeah.
going to be used for something later.
So I saw 2 of these videos in the same week where a dude is outside with a jackhammer and he's just jackhammering into concrete and like just breaking it up, and he's got a helmet on, he's got some goggles, and just going
Yeah.
full breath just like
No, you need
Wim Hof
No, man.
breathing in.
You don't want street lung or concrete lung or whatever the fuck.
Breathing into concrete, and like the person who's filming it is like, yeah, so underneath they put the text going, so I yelled out to the dude, hey, that's super dangerous, you're giving yourself cancer, you're supposed to have somebody to water down what you're breaking into. And the dude's like, it's just dust, it's fine, mind your business. And then person goes to like the foreman of the site to go like, hey, everyone around this breathing that in is going to be seriously, like, life-threateningly in trouble if you don't do this properly. And foreman goes, it's just dust, it's fine, I've been doing this for 30 years, what do you know? And it's like, okay,
I know that you're not going to be doing it for 30 more.
oh my god. And it's just like, you see how much water they have to use to keep that shit down, and even then when they breathe it in, it's kind of still risky at that. Dude's just like, give me all that concrete, baby. It's the hubris,
impossible to fix.
because you just it's so easy. It's just
Wooly,
like it takes no time. But
I have bad news for you.
You can't be told by someone that is a child that you know that you're unprofessional or whatever the case is, you know. And of course, that's not a job site where that, like, what the fuck is insurance? You know what I mean? Like the whole thing.
Lee, I have bad news for you.
Yeah.
You are also a victim of the mentality that will cause this to happen. The number one reason why these guys are doing it is because they don't want to look like a pussy. Because you don't want to look like a bitch. And I remember walking into Rooster Teeth and seeing a bunch of dudes just cattle prodding each other like idiots. And they turned to us, and my brain went, well, I have to get hit with the cattle prod. I'm meeting new people. I don't want to be the only one not cattle. And I took the hit first, and I looked over at you, and I saw the gears turn in your head where you don't want to be the only guy in the room that hasn't been tagged by the cattle prod. And you went, yeah, all right. And then they zapped you, and then we all laughed about it. There's no escape from this type of like group think, like social dynamic.
If it's good enough for Johnny Knoxville, then it's good enough for me, I suppose. Man.
And because it was something that wouldn't like harm you, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, let's jump over an alligator pit.
Hey, the promising billion subs YouTube future requires you to put the pot on your head and do the Homer versus Bart. Right? Just put the pot on your head. It'll be fine. And then it'll all pay out, you know? Anyway, I also feel like there was the game where you have to jump from one table to the other. I forgot what that was called, but there was a like, there was one of those things where they would like be like, oh, the floor is lava type of thing. And and you know, and I'm kind of just thinking, I'm like, one bad trip into the edge of a table underneath the jaw right here, and that's an internal decapitation. Like, that's that shit that's a freebie.
I slipped coming out of the shower like a couple months ago in like an awkward way, and like caught myself and like banged my arm on like the corner of like, you know, the vanity. And it hurt really bad. And then I left my body to like examine like what this would have looked like. And I'm like, man, if I had been like a little slower or turn 10 degrees more, I could have hit like my fucking neck or my fucking head on this, and then I'd be dead on my bathroom floor from a oopsie fall.
That's it. That's all it takes. Yep. And I mean, like, I went a bit overboard with looking around the house and thinking about like, okay, what do we have to put the safety stuff on? Because there's a bunch in here, and we've got some time before she's going to be crawling around and even getting mobile.
Don't worry.
But
she'll find the one you
but that
missed.
there's always a crevice somewhere in some way, shape, or form. And
You know what? You know what one we missed?
Mhm.
I'll just tell you right now. There's going to be a point, and this point will sneak up on you, where when you go to open the fridge, they're now tall enough to get smacked by the fridge door.
Yeah. Okay.
So instead of opening up the fridge door and it goes right over their head, and you're like, "Hey, buddy," you're going to hear a noise, and then you're going to hear a deep inhale, and then you're going to hear. Ah!
I mean, there's one that I caught. There's one that I caught looking at it that I'm like, this would have been like an easy miss. But the bathrooms I have are barn doors,
Yeah.
and but the bottom track doesn't really keep it in place. The bottom track kind of is loose, so I'm like, that's a nice little squeezable situation right there. If you feel like getting in between it.
Yeah.
But then how do you keep it from doing that? And it's like, oh, well, you can put a metal thing to keep it in place up top, but then that's now a metal thing that if someone's running a little bit too ignorantly can just hit their head into. So do you put a threat to protect against another threat? Anyways,
So hey, here's
all the parents that are friends in life that I've seen to some degree have kind of given up on it and just kind of go,
you baby proof the really dangerous stuff.
Exactly. You do your best, and then the rest, fucking dual one, let's rock.
So here's the problem. The problem is that your child doesn't have a good grasp of physics until they're like 15. I've seen my little guy catch a door corner. Wasn't close enough to the center of the doorway going through, and just caught it just right with his face.
I'm just like,
just screwed up the distances.
Like zero children have a concept of any physics or gravity until they're like 15. I watched like a 9-year-old do like 5, 8, 900s in front of Tony Hawk the other day, and it's like, yeah, even that child does not understand physics. Like, none of them do.
It's tough, man. It's like your body proprioception is difficult. And like they don't know how big their heads are, so they go to walk under things that they used to be able to walk under, but they can't. So they bonk. Yeah, but like there's really, really genuinely only so much you can possibly do. So it's a teaching moment.
I also remember like when I was first trying out skateboarding, and I was like, oh man, this seems so dangerous. You're gonna fall, you're gonna get scraped up, so many things can go wrong. And I remember kind of realizing after the first couple falls that it's like, oh yeah, it hurts because you get scraped, but you get used to the overall how to fall thing, and then you know how to like flatten your weight out to not take the worst of it and slam your head into concrete. But also, like, the complexities of falling with or on a bicycle are so much more dangerous because of all the bars and rotating parts and things you can get caught up in versus just a flat board, that like you've already been doing the way more dangerous thing your whole life with a bicycle. This is nothing by comparison.
Did me and Paige ever tell you the story of her learning to ride a bike?
No, I don't think so.
So this caused us to almost crash the car when she told me this story. So Paige would get so freaked out and terrified when she was learning to ride a bike that once it got wobbly, she would panic, and her brain would just go, I have to get out of here. So her mom was like teaching her how to ride the bike, and once that first wobble happened, she'd go, and like leap off the bike onto the pavement and just go,
Yeah, okay. So I did that with skating with skis. Like,
oh yeah,
I've told this before, right? Because it was like the first time I went with the class on a ski trip, and everyone had skied many times before. I'd never skied, so I had to go to the bunny hill and learn how to do pizza, French fries.
Skiing is hard.
It's very hard, and it's
I don't like how people who ski take for granted that skiing is hard.
Skiing is quite hard, and take however difficult you think it is, and let's amplify that, because let's say by default when your feet are facing forward, right? So let's say this is your feet. Where are your knees? Where are your knees facing? forward as
Forward.
well, right? And so you
Yeah.
do this, and then you go outward, and then you go inward to
Yeah,
speed up and
yeah,
slow
yeah.
down. Okay, my feet are not like that. So when my feet are facing forward, my knees are facing inward because my feet are weird. I have a fucked up thing with my legs where my
I did
knees.
not know that.
Yeah, that's been the case my whole life, and
You got bendy legs?
I got a weird bendy leg, and it means that when I got clipped in the knees playing football, my shit took a while to heal, and I got fucked up because my knees are not in a normal position. So
So wait, they were fucked up before you got hit?
yeah, they were always like that, right? My knees,
Okay.
I have something where it's way easier for me to make both of my feet face toes in touching each other.
Oh, I literally can't even do that.
Right? Yeah, than it is to go the opposite way. It's just my.
Yeah, I can't do it. It crushes my balls.
Mhm.
No, it's not happening.
So I have just a weird natural
No.
rotation to my knees. So what that means is when it comes time to speed up and do the pizza, easy, no problem. I can cross those skis over each other. But when it comes time to French fry and slow down, good fucking luck. I can't.
That's crazy.
I have a really hard time getting out to the 45 degrees, much less any further than that, right? So that means skiing is really rough, and I have a hard time all day getting through the process. And it basically, after a full day of trying and failing at it, there was a point where it's like, okay, well, you paid all this money to go on the trip, so
Yeah.
are you not going to go up the mountain even once to try? So yeah, let
You
me
have
go
to.
up, I guess, and try and see what happens. But I have no ability to slow down like everybody else does. All I
That's
can do is
fine.
speed up.
You'll manage.
So cut to me going full speed because my I'm in pizza form and just zipping down, and I'm going way too fast now. I can't stop. We're hitting a bank to a turn, and that's a death tree in front of me. So all I can do, because I can't hit the brakes, is literally toss myself onto the ground and bail out and just completely wipe and eat shit, and then get
That's
back
great.
up. And then do the next segment of mountain, and then up, I'm going too fast. I can't slow down. Throw myself on the ground multiple times until eventually.
Think about how cool you would have been if you had just gone max speed the whole time and then died.
And then die, right? Exactly. You know, I could have been the coolest kid, but instead, and my friends would have loved it. But instead, what happened was I kept throwing myself on the ground, and eventually that sucked enough. And my whole suit was full of snow, and I was cold, and I was like, "This sucks. I hate this. I want to get out of here." So I got basically down to like the halfway point and sat on my skis and just had to scoot down the mountain.
Yeah.
And as I'm scooting down the mountain, fucking Stefan, the loudmouth, is on the ski lift with all the other kids going back up, going, ah!
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible.
As I'm scooting, and I'm just hearing
That's
the echo
terrible.
of the voice of them going up the mountain, and fucking Stefan going, ah, look at him, ah! And everyone's like, what? Oh my God, look at him go. And I'm like, shut up. And I'm scooting down the mountain, and fuck that. That's the end of my skiing adventure. Never again. Yeah. Hate it.
No, that you had no shot, man.
It's done.
You
Absolute
had a
cooked.
physical handicap that prevented the proper execution of the skiing.
And the Nelson of the class, the loudest kid, was the one
Yeah, of course.
to point it out to see first
They're always around.
from the ski lift at the exact same time. So there you go. Fuck skiing. Snowboarding, absolutely super cool, you know, because it's basically like skateboarding, and you don't have to do any of
It's
that neat
just
shit.
surfing. I never I got on a skateboard one time. I got on a skateboard my last day of high school. I went to a friend of mine's house, and he had a skateboard. He's like, "Hey, why don't you try it?" I'm like, "Well, I just finished all my exams, and I'm now officially not a high schooler anymore. Fuck it, why not? So I'll try it. I don't have a lot of confidence here, but I'll try it." And I took one step on it, and it flew right out under my feet, and I like landed directly on my hip and like sprained my ass, and then I had to walk like 3 kilometers home. And I was like, "No, I'm done with that."
Yeah.
No.
But didn't you hear the cool like Tony Hawk soundtrack in the back of
I
your
was
head?
limping for like an hour. It fucking sucked.
But you didn't think to yourself, "Oh man, but I can totally like now I can do all those cool like Tony Hawk moves and get that
Bro, I
soundtrack
did not
going."
manage to even stand on the board. This
Damn.
was not made for me.
Damn. you gotta hear the "So here I am, getting older all the
Older
time,"
all the time. Yeah,
while
I know.
while you
Yeah.
bust your lip
I
open.
felt getting older as
Yes.
I'm limping through my neighborhood.
Younger in my mind, 100%. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, in any case, that's it is infinitely more dangerous. And then the other thing too that I remember as well is when it comes to bikes, there was someone not in my neighborhood but near the school I went to. There was like a girl that got hit and unfortunately died from like a crash. But I remember that the description was about how the handlebars turned sideways and it was just awful. And I'm just like, this bike can be so much worse of a death trap. So to a parent or a mom that's kind of just like skateboards are so much more dangerous. It's like, yeah, if you're comfortable with a bicycle, like
I disagree. A skateboard is way more dangerous.
it
You
the
can get
things you're
way higher speeds and much better control on a bicycle.
the things that that people do on a skateboard tend to be pretty dangerous, and like you're supposed to do cool tricks and stuff, right?
Okay,
On
but
a bicycle, it's mainly about the transportation, admittedly.
here's the thing though. When you're on your skateboard, you're not actually physically holding on to the skateboard.
No, you're balancing.
When you're on your bicycle, you are in fact holding on to the bicycle. There is a very significant difference in inertia when something attempts to remove you from your form of transit.
I would say so.
Be it force or wind or ice.
And I guess the context also matters too, because like if you're biking in traffic with other vehicles and stuff versus if you're skating in traffic, you're insane, first of all. So no.
Yes,
but my friends and I were never skating in that context. We were in parking lots and in going to like skate parks and shit like that. So it was also like removed from the transportation side of things, which I have some friends that would longboard to get around. They kind of like jump on.
Oh, I hope bad things happen to them.
They would hit the bike trails and stuff. It was fine ultimately. I had friends back in
that just came out.
Yeah, I know. That's a pretty. I don't know why, because back in like some of the people that from Dawson from the college era, would longboard around as just a means of getting around. And it was fine, ultimately. But
for those of you who don't watch the video version of this show, I am just closing my eyes and squint and just shaking my head in a grimace, just like, no.
It's fine.
No.
It's
longboards.
Fine.
No.
You hit a bike path, you're good,
Bike paths are for cyclists.
And people on motorized vehicles and things, or people on wheeled vehicles and things like that, it's fine. But
longboard isn't a vehicle, it's a fucking piece of cardboard with some wheels stuck to it.
in any case, I do feel that like when you are on your bike with your friends getting up to some stupid shit and get hurting yourself, like it is the ways you could hurt yourself are amplified by based on the type of vehicle versus like the skateboard thing.
Yeah,
kind of like jumping into a shopping cart, right? A shopping cart's gonna murder you, but mainly because a shopping cart is not meant for a human being to be in it. So those wheels are absolute dog shit. The bearings are terrible. They're always ungreased. There's always one that's rickety and about to fall off, and then the rest of that shit is gonna just fall on top of you. And if you're lucky like me, you get a big scar right in the middle of your forehead from it.
Cool. All my big scars are hidden.
No skull,
like in my hairline.
No skull dents.
I got some skull dents.
Okay, because those are permanent. Those stay.
Yeah. Like, so people are pointing out that I have like a really dramatic headphone dent, but then I took a much closer look, and it's not even. It's actually way deeper on one side, and I'm like, oh, I think that's like old damage.
You mean like the side curves?
Yeah, so like the goes from like your temples to the top of your head or whatever, right? Like it's way deeper on one side. I'm like, ooh, I think that's like a hit I took at some point actually. That I ignored.
The jelly bean curve.
Yeah, oopsie.
Okay.
Oh well.
How's your week?
So I woke up a couple days ago and took my toddler downstairs, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?" He's like, "Good."
Nice.
And I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so sick.
Fuck yeah.
And by this, I mean me. So the child is ill. And he's doing that cool version of toddler illness where he's actually completely fine,
Okay.
other than the fact that he's exploding with
And
disease at
everybody
random.
else is getting it. Yeah, there you go. Mhm.
Paige is starting to get sick. And the way that it works in my family is the toddler gets sick, Paige starts to get sick, toddler gets better, Paige is in the worst of it. Now it's time for me to get sick.
Yeah, it has
Like
to.
I'm always last.
It's got to cook. It's got to cook in the chamber.
And so what
Yeah.
they do
Mhm.
invariably is during like times when no one's doing a chore, no one's working, when Paige is
Take
in
that-
the throes of it, like, you know, like fighting her demons,
Oh man.
the child is now completely fine.
Yep.
And I'm starting to fight my demons.
Yeah, because you would probably be fine immune system wise, but you take that disease, throw that some bitch in the lupus chamber, let it cook for a minute,
I gotta tell
and
you, bro.
spit it back out.
I gotta tell you, fucking stoked. We all got our COVID and flu shot like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't be more stoked. Apparently the flu this year fucking sucks shit. Very happy with that. So that's a work in progress.
Okay.
That's who can see. It's dude. And he's doing that toddler cough with the tongue all the way out and like curved to like really expel the most amount of coughing.
Getting
like-
maximum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then we got to have the parents conversation, which I'm sure you'll have with Punch Mom, where they're like, he's like asking to go to like the activity gym or the mommy and me place.
The super
And we're like,
spreader event.
okay, he is like coughing his ass off. Like it's quite common, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to get through a 2-hour period without him coughing all over somebody. Should we take him? And you don't want to be the parent who takes their child and takes the sick child and makes everybody else sick. On the other hand, we are apparently the only parents in the world that even have that discussion at all, because
Everybody
single
just
other
does it.
fucking parent
Yeah.
brings their fucking
Yep.
sick
Yep.
children.
And there's something special too about the toddler cough that is like, it is the most idyllic when you think of like what a virus wet dream is for like the type of cough it wants a person to emit. It's the toddler's like, nothing blocking.
That's one.
Zero like attempt to dodge it. I'm just gonna do whatever I'm doing except open my mouth and project disease in whichever way I'm facing. You know. But yeah, full send. The full send toddler cough is just
so obviously
wild.
The end result was, you know, we're staying home for a week, 2 weeks, whatever it is. But because, you know, get a mask on a toddler, like fucking good luck, right? But like there's this added level of frustration where it's like you start to catalog the people in your neighborhood and the places that you go that don't give a shit, and you start to figure out like there's only like 10 families that are like at risk for the reasons that my family gets sick. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you see them and you get to know them and you get to just fucking seethe.
I mean, well, so again, and I'm assuming not counting the ones who are like having their full-on cough parties that are just like, no, good, actually, yes, bring it all in. let's just look at each other and just
Yeah,
you know. So anyway,
so that's been fun. I also played some games, and I watched a live awards program. The Golden Joysticks happened this week.
it did.
It sure did.
I was waiting to see if Paige would react to being called a hyperbolic lupus chamber, but it seems
I think she might actually be busy taking care of our child.
Okay, that's fine. All right, just checking.
It's possible.
Okay,
she'll get to you later.
All right.
The Golden Joysticks, you remember I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but where like Troy Baker was like visibly drunk on stage. And it was just really shitting it up.
These things all blend together in my brain, but I remember this being just a absolute waste of time. Was how the previous iterations of it went.
Well, Wooly, it's only a waste of time depending on your perspective. Do you want to see a cool award show that respects the work of video game developers and also puts on a decent show? Yes, that is a colossal waste of fucking time. One of the biggest wastes of time ever. However, do you kind of miss E3 presentations from Konami and Sega? If so, and some people, I just realized that's
1
like
million
10, 15
troops.
years old now.
Mm-hmm.
If you kind of miss that, you can watch the Golden Joysticks. I was talking with Paige about this. Like I personally believe she thinks the Troy Baker drunk one was worse. I think this is the worst year they've ever done. I think this is the worst show they've ever done.
So I guess you just have to then, based on what you're saying, it's really just it's content farming, right? It
sure is.
We know how bad this is, so we're putting this out so you can live react and create content from it.
Yes, well, Golden Joysticks contacted me personally through my business email. I was like, "Hey, do you really want to co-stream it?" I'm like, "I was gonna." They're like, "Do you want to join the Discord to get?" No, no, I'm just gonna cover. What the fuck? Anyway, so to start, I don't know if you're familiar with Maggie Robertson. She's the lady who played Lady Dimitrescu in Resident Evil Village.
Cool.
She also co-hosted, I think it was the Future Games show with David Hayter last year.
Okay.
They should not ask her to do these. They should not.
Just not cut for the hosting.
I see people in our live chat saying she was trying her best, and other people going, no, she's not.
Okay. Are we hitting Aisha Tyler? Or are we talking Girlwood?
Oh, this is much worse.
Are we?
Aisha Tyler. Okay. So here's the main problem.
Okay.
Here's the big problem. Aisha Tyler was given dog shit to read.
Correct.
But is like effortlessly charming.
Yeah.
Right.
No, she was given a prompter of trash. Mm-hmm.
Maggie Robertson was given like super dog shit to read, and also is just straight up not cut out to host one of these shows. In particular, she wandered away, like she'd finish the thing and like walk off stage so they could present, and then she would forget that she was presenting and have to like visibly sprint back to the podium.
Okay.
That happened like 4 times.
Okay. Yeah.
And then at one point her teleprompter just straight up broke and she had to vamp, which people who don't know, vamping is just like
stall for time.
Mm-hmm. And it was fucking dire. It was pretty bad. But to be fair, to be very, very fair to Maggie Robertson, she was by no means the worst part of the television program. The program itself was a slapdash piece of shit. One of the worst I've ever seen. And it's with your friend and mine, catastrophic audio problems.
Ah, yes. My old friend. Now, is there at least new announcements to pad some of this?
3 trailers for survival co-op games on Steam. You know that game? That game that comes out every 2 months?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there were a couple of those with that.
Was there a
It was primarily award based.
Okay. Was there a hot new super zoomed out phone game with Xbox 360 particle effects and some sort of vague fantasy setting?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
No, it was primarily about the awards, and I wish if you were the person who said this first. It was a YouTube comment, but I'll never be able to find it now. Right? I'm trying to look for it now. Basically, they said, "Oh, this I found it." This was a comment on my video, my upload of the VOD from Castform57 3 days ago. The Golden Joysticks is such a brilliant format. Have all the developers, etc., there to have dinner and drinks, and over the course of the show, they become increasingly drunk and less interested in the show. It seems like the audio production people pre-gamed a bit too hard and were sloshed before the show even started. As this person describes, every single year, as the show goes on and people whose categories are over are like, well, I'm not going to have to go up, so I'm going to just eat my dinner and drink.
Let's go. Yeah.
They just get louder and louder and louder and louder. And every single year, someone has to go, hey, we're doing awards up. Can you all be quiet and disrespectful? Like a high school auditorium.
And do we hear like Fat S in the background being like, fuck you?
It also says a lot that there were like a fair number of winners of nominations that just didn't go to the event at all.
Sure. Now, the other thing is that like I'm getting a little lost in like there's a bunch. It's award show season, right? So
that's right.
Because there's the Golden Joysticks, there's the TGAs called
there's
the
TGAs. Indie show. There's afterwards
the Streamer Awards and the not the Oscars. No, was that it? Whatever, the one that just snubbed Expedition 33.
The Grammys.
Getting into video games as well and stuff. So, yeah, there's a lot of this kind of overlapping in my brain, and I have not heard a single good thing about any one of them.
Stop you. I just got sent the wrong email from somebody. I gotta screenshot this. I gotta send this to you. Somebody just sent me the wrong email. I just got sent like hundreds of codes for a Nintendo Switch game.
That's not for you.
That was clearly not supposed to be sent to me.
That's unfortunate. That's rough. Okay.
Dude.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, we can do the right thing here and just.
I'm going to email them back and be like, I don't think you meant to send this to me.
Damn.
Like there are pages and pages and pages.
I see. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's kind of crazy. Okay.
Anyway. Yeah, it's award season. Golden Joysticks is purely fan voted. It's 100% fan voted. That's why it purports to be the most legitimate one, right?
Sure.
Because the Grammys are the Grammy organization and the TGAs are critics and like a little bit of fan voting.
Yeah.
But Golden Joysticks is 100% fan voted.
Okay. So because
Golden Globes.
Yeah. Because I
believe that's why it's called the Golden Joysticks. Actually,
the Academy is 100% Slurp.
Yeah.
And then each step down from that is different degrees of Slurp. But yeah. Okay. Cool.
So Maggie, I keep getting her name wrong. I keep calling her Robinson, but it's not.
Lady D.
Robertson. Lady D. She's not doing a great job, but she's trying, right? We then cut to, and I'm trying to find the name of the band.
Susie, you should totally launch the Golden Sphere Awards.
No, that's way better. Yeah.
Do it.
Where are they?
I want a nice
Does anybody remember the name of the band that was there? Was the Something Experience?
I'm seeing a nice golden statue of like just a chair from the front seat of a car, like laid flat with a Susie in it as the little golden statue. Perfect. I can't
actually find them. That's weird. Anyway, regardless,
you want an Orby.
They brought out a lady band that was gonna do a song right at the beginning, and I'm like, that's fucking weird, but okay. And the live band decides to do a cover of Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. is then later explained afterwards, despite having nothing to do with video games at all, because the golden joy. Yeah, it's the golden joysticks. So they set up to do what I was to assume would have been a pretty good cover of Golden, which is an incredibly difficult song to sing, regardless. And the lead singer squares up, starts singing, and then I caught the exact moment. I screenshot it and put up on Blue Sky that she realized her microphone had not been turned on at all.
Oh no! Oh god damn it!
The band is called Sonaris Ensemble.
Oof, brutal.
So the mixing on every instrument and also her microphone was just off. It was off.
And she wasn't pulling a Lotus Juice where it was totally on, but she was just like, I fuck up the lyrics. This mic ain't working. Hello? What's going on?
No. Like she starts singing and there's nothing.
Fuck.
Like you can see her singing. There is nothing.
And you gotta you gotta pull it out for that song too. Like and
then halfway, yeah, you do, right?
Yeah, you're going.
And then halfway through, Maggie Robertson just jumps onto the stage with a different microphone and a roomie jacket on to join in, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What the actual fuck is happening?
Okay, it's one of these, yeah.
And then we got to do the awards, which the awards part was like fairly normal. People won their awards and they gave their little speeches and they were very happy to be there, and they were very proud to get it, and they should be. But what we got to see is that either the microphone they gave to Robertson was too sensitive, or they had actually mic'd the crowd for like reactions. So what we kept having is every time there was like a video on the screen, or like, developers that couldn't be there, and they'd send a video package, instead of direct feed audio from that, what we would get is the room audio. So we would get the microphone that was in the crowd,
hot crowd
the presentation. Okay. So it was like inaudible, covered with crowd noise, and sounded like garbage.
Okay.
And it was a 2-hour show. It took 1 hour and 40 minutes for them to turn the knob to direct feed. And then they immediately broke it and turned it back to the crowd. Like it was just a complete the whole way around.
Nice. Yep.
In good news, they have a much smarter best performance category, in that they have a more Oscar-like category for voice acting and mocap performance. And that is best supporting performance and best performance, which meant that at the Golden Joysticks, Jen and Ben both got to win their performance awards.
What was it before?
What
was it before versus what is it now?
So at Golden Joysticks, they have best supporting and best actor, essentially.
Okay.
Whereas at the Game Awards, it's just best performance.
Okay.
So Ben and Jen got to win both of their awards.
Gotcha. Is this why Charlie Cox was talking about why he's like, I shouldn't be getting the award for this. It should be the mocap.
Well, that's the Game Awards.
Okay.
Because Charlie. Because Mr. Cox continues to not know what a video game is and would feel bad that he would win.
Well, because he's like, I did like 1 day's work or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like his whole thing is just like, he's like, yeah, it was cool, but I showed up, I did the thing, I was out of there. Now everyone's patting me on the back, and I'm like, really?
In a sea of just charmless, gormless fucking trash, Ben Starr presented an award and was just bursting with charm and humor and handsomeness and completely stole the fucking show. And then when Jen went and got her award, similarly so, she was like jumping up and down with joy and yelling about how gay she is and how she's channeling all of her queer love into her work and all that good stuff. What a disaster.
I feel like charming voice actors are like the industry mascots, like taking over.
Absolutely.
Just in a time of a million shitty stories and everything sucking with it, it's awesome to have bits like Ben and Alex Lay and just all these really super fun, charming voice actors leaning into it and doing the thing and just
Yeah. So
becoming
Ben got up. Oh, sorry, after you.
No. Just anyway, everyone's like, yeah, this is good. Please, more of this. Love it.
So Ben came up to present the awards with a giant Balatro card cut out around his head.
Excellent.
And gave a speech about becoming an actor and how crippling complete freedom is, because no one tells you no, even when it's a clearly rubbish idea. And so you end up floating god-awful ideas, and everyone around you goes, great, let's go measure your head for the card, Ben. Cool one. And you just become totally trapped in your own silly nightmare. Genuinely great bit. The only funny bit of the whole time. The event continued as a complete technical disaster. They had the executive producer of the show give an award, which I was astonished, because we're an hour in and the place was like doing everything but burn down. And then Jim Jarvis gets up on stage and goes, I'm the executive producer of the Golden Joysticks. And I'm like, I would never tell anyone.
Thanks for putting a name and a face to it.
It's crazy. And it's the specific role too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Executive producer. Oh, this is you. All of this.
Hell yeah. Real bold. Nice. Good.
And then they Sonaris did a medley of the Ultimate Game of the Year nominations, which the production ruined. All things considered, probably a pretty good medley. They didn't used to do that. I think I think the event is actually copying the Game
TGAs,
Awards.
yeah,
because I don't remember them doing that in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But the medley would have been good if not for two things. One, they're doing a medley of like a wide variety of musical styles, but the Sonaris Ensemble is like 5 players. Like they do not have like they had a lead singer, 2 guitarists, a keyboard, and something else. Didn't have any horns. I didn't see a drum kit up there. Like not enough for a medley. It's only 4. Okay, so it was 2 guitar, 1 singer, and a keyboardist. Violin. My mistake.
Okay,
but so not enough.
So they went for
for
the TGA thing, but like had to kind of yeah.
And it's like I feel bad for them because like what are they supposed to do? They don't have a drum kit up there, and they're trying to do this.
No flute man.
And so for no. And so for example, they did like a song from Silent Hill F. And the song from Silent Hill F, I legit couldn't recognize it, couldn't tell what it was. Because Silent Hill F's soundtrack is made with exclusively traditional Japanese instruments, of which there were 0.
Yeah, no shamisen.
And like legitimately could not figure it out. But on top of that, the absolute kicker, when the Game Awards does their big medley, and they'll switch into a game and they'll do the transition.
Okami 3.
They'll get the big title on the screen, and then the footage, and it flows really nicely. It'd be way better if during the part where the singer is doing the vocal transition from one song to the next, you have somebody go, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33.
Boo. Oh, that's so lame. Come on.
Dude, I felt so bad for them.
Fuck. You can't even let it speak for itself. Yeah.
Felt so bad for them. Just god awful. Terrible. Yeah, Susie's even here. It's terrible.
Well,
just god awful.
You got a name and a face now.
And I know in my heart that Sonaris Ensemble is also not happy with how that performance went and how they were set up to fail.
Right.
Because they showed up in the comments of my 6,000 view VOD.
Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. That
right?
sucks. That's
That is the behavior of someone going golden joysticks.
God fucking
Just
damn it.
let's just go through it and right.
And,
It's like they absolutely did the best with what they could.
and when
It's hard to do a good show when someone's talking over you and your instruments aren't plugged in, man.
and like the discipline of setting up, you know, mics and everything, and being an audio engineer for a live production award show versus live instruments and such is it's a different thing. You need different people.
Different beast.
It's a whole other beast, you know. And if they're barely getting the mics working during the rest of the show, you think the fucking music is gonna work out any better? Like, yeah, that's
Yeah, no, this was god awful.
Yeesh.
Very, very terrible to watch. Great watch. So glad I watched it. So I hate so much that I watched it. What a good use of my time, for real, but also sarcastic.
And nothing of value was lost.
And I remember because I was talking with people on social media the day before, and people were just like, we go through this period of complaining about the Game Awards and how corporate and stacked, and how the nominations are all rigged, and how the indie category for the Game Awards is like the most fucked up thing you've ever seen, and how bad Jeff Keighley sucks. And I'm watching this thing and I'm like, well, Jeff's fucking microphone is turned on when I watch the Game Awards.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
this is my fucking alternative.
It's whatever. I'm exhausted of my own takes and such, but I'm like, I could be comfortable.
I hate that. I know exactly what you mean.
Right? You're like, my own take is exhausting. I know
exactly what you mean.
I'm pre-tired. I'm pre-tired before I even say it. But like, if we lived in a world where each of these studios just put out a little video with them holding their thing going, hey, thanks, everyone, for the award and for we got the category, this is what we got for the award for the game, and they just put out their own message and there didn't have to be any of this fucking clown shoes event to begin with. I wouldn't care. It'd be great. Let the people that did the cool thing get the recognition, and none of this colossal, embarrassing fucking
the idea
fart
is
carnival.
The idea is like at a like an ideological level is that people who work in the games business are inherently just as creative as people who work in the music or film or TV businesses, and they feel, and I think this is like a fair emotion, they feel that they should probably get the same kind of like recognition and pomp and circumstance that you
like
get
every
for a
other
movie.
like every other big medium gets, and a reason to dress up in a tux, and yeah,
you can number crunch it or whatever the fuck, but every single fucking year at the Oscars, some piece of shit that no one ever saw wins some fucking award, and everybody goes, huh? And you're at home doing the audio design for Silent Hill F, which is fucking immaculate. And I imagine you're sitting there going, I fucking deserve an award more than that.
And you're watching like Denzel with his tux holding up the Oscar, going like, and you're like, ah, yes, there's a prestige that this medium gets that others don't.
I think Ben and Jen deserve to stand at a podium and fucking hold up an award.
But then there's just all the bullshit, though. But there's always the bullshit, and every 12 months we gotta fucking go look at the bullshit and go, why is it all bullshit? It's just tiring every time, man.
It's actually really funny because every time we do this, I end up, it ends up being this thing of like, it should be better, and then I always go, better like what? And then they name any other award show, and I go, that one is actually way more fucked up than you think it is. It's just older and has old media appeal. And whatever. It's like, well, they should have like a huge amount of voters like the Oscars. They should have like 14,000 people that vote in the Oscars. And yes, I know that for literally fucking 90 to 100 years, none of those people were actually even required to watch the movies they voted on. But like, isn't that better?
Yeah, I get, like, I'm just... It's just because it's like there's a thing that happens because you are completely correct that the people who do these super sick things deserve recognition for that and deserve to have a night for that as well. But then there's just the kind of thing of like a thing that no one actually gave a fuck about can come out of nowhere and then just either just cause shit stirring for no reason or be like the shitty production is one side of it, the discourse is another, and like when you have shit where so what's been happening simultaneous to like all this is like Lily Pichu and the streamer awards bullshit and a bunch of shitty FGC gatekeeping.
Oh, I don't even know that one. What's going on there?
I mean, it's not even worth it. But the long story short is that even that Sajam is like, yo, people are giving Lily Pichu shit for being like not FGC enough, despite having done super awesome things and bringing a lot of people in and whatnot, and a lot of people that have done nothing in their times being a part of the community are upset at like. Because they want to do the gatekeeping thing and be like, this person is not hardcore enough. They're not reaching an audience that is enough like me, yada, yada. You're not valid. You're not the person that should be getting fighting game streamer awards or whatever. And it's just like this complete nonsense bullshit that comes up where it's like none of this conversation, none of this mattered a second ago. And then now that it's just it's like a
FGC media stuff is real crabs in a bucket shit.
Yeah, so it's net toxic,
terrible,
And I'm kind of like, I hate that this comes out of nowhere for no reason, And it would be nice if like there were a way to just cut the cancer out and let the people who deserve the recognition get it. But I don't know how to do that. I also don't watch or really care that much about these things as a whole,
Yeah, here's the other problem, right? You think about the Oscars and the Academy and all that. That's like a self-sustaining rich person's fucking pat yourself on the back show.
Mm-hmm.
Games don't have that level of cachet. So what do you got to do? You have to also turn it into E3.
Yes, you got to reveal big things and get people tuning in for a reveal. Yeah,
people only watch that shit because of the fucking because the Bloodborne and Silk Song will be there, and I don't watch the Oscars because they're not going to show off Bloodborne at the Oscars.
Yes, you have.
I would just look at the fucking results later and go, "Oh, good for them, they won."
Right, but no, gamer bait is required 100%. Or even just the bait in the form of Hideo Kojima standing on stage with Jordan Peele.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but also like you look at the Oscars and like the Oscars is also an ad. It's just a far less effective ad because the Oscars is the ad for the actor.
Right.
Look at Denzel Washington. He won an Oscar again. This means that when we put his name on the next movie trailer and get to put a number of Oscars next to his name, this will increase the likelihood you will go see the movie because he has this many Oscars.
Of course. And there are only 30 actors in Hollywood.
Yes.
There's a hard cap. There are 30 actors. We cycle through them to get projects made.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the Game Awards, especially now, especially after like I have already set up my anti-discourse field. Which is I'm just you know what? I'm just going to start setting conditions on whether or not you can engage in a topic. If you did not watch the Golden Joysticks at 8 a.m. Pacific, I don't want to hear your opinions on the Game Awards.
It was an 8 a.m. show?
On
top of all of that shit?
Add that!
Oh. Wow.
I watch them all. Okay?
You couldn't pay me. And you literally do.
They didn't pay me.
No. But like for us, like you literally like.
Oh, it's lucrative.
Yeah. No, you couldn't pay me, and our job is literally to get paid to do it.
Yeah. Well, it would have been 11 a.m. for you, right? So that's considerably more reasonable.
Dude. Jesus. So upsetting. All right. Well, anyway.
Yeah, so that was a train wreck. The only thing of other of note is the winners. I can't remember all of them. Peak won best, I believe, won best indie, and I feel that's deserved. Expedition 33 was not up for the indie categories at the Golden Joysticks, which I think was the correct decision.
Hmm.
Golden Expedition 33 did, however, win every award it was nominated for.
There you go. E3,
including both performance
more
awards.
like E3-3.
You want to try it again?
Nope.
Because people are going with sweep.
Sweep.
SW33P, man.
Swith-3-3.
I feel like it's pretty clear that game is going to like win the most awards of any game that's ever been at the Game Awards.
It fucking should.
I remember talking to Paige after I beat it, and I'm like, Expedition 33 is farther away from its contemporaries than Baldur's Gate 3 was, and that shit was way out there as an obvious win.
I feel bad because it feels like Expedition 33 kind of erased Metaphor from the group psyche. And Metaphor,
a little bit,
and Metaphor was really good, but it wasn't fucking Clair Obscur. Like simply.
Metaphor was last year, so you know it had its shot.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I stretched that together, but I suppose it is true. That is a different category.
I am so ready for is Expedition 33 a debut indie discourse? And the answer is no. They need to change those categories. Those categories need to have team limits or budget limits. Because the actual signifier of indie as self-published is ridiculous.
I can't wait.
It's absurd.
I can't wait for the perfect absolute nightmare discourse game of something that comes along that is kind of an action game that has like leveling, that has a corpse run and a little bit of gacha and a little bit of, and a little bit of online, a little bit of playing with your friends together, kind of co-oping, but also a massive single player campaign, and just completely ruin all categories forever. I feel like we're heading towards the absolute nightmare game.
Categories are bad
in the next 5 years. I think in the next 5 years, we're going to have the worst possible candidate game come out that has just everything.
I saw Monster Hunter Wilds is on the list for best RPG, and I'm like, they put Monster Hunter on the RPG category every year, and every year I go, no, it's not. That's fucking weird. That's super dumb.
Okay.
God awful Golden Joysticks. Bad show.
Anything else for you this week?
Yeah, I started playing Dispatch. That is the game made by Ad Hoc, who is made up of people who used to work at Telltale.
And I believe published by Critical Role, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I saw that, like, straight up, Dispatch was something I was about to crack open and do an LP of alongside E33. But I had to pull the schedule back because of baby reasons. So we're going to have to chill for a minute. But I absolutely saw and was interested in doing this Dispatch.
Would you like some pro tips?
When it comes to episode 4, perhaps mute the sound, but zoom in.
You're gonna want to mute the sound for the intro. You're gonna want to turn all the content shit on. Because I got to have a fun experience with YouTube's, what is it called? Fucking active community guideline strike.
Yes.
For sexual content for the purposes of titillation.
See, I wish I could. I'm always curious because, like, there's implied sex scenes in movies, and then sometimes there's explicit, and sometimes there's like not explicit, but like ooh. And I always remember. Do you remember Watchmen? Right,
the TV show or the movie? Yeah, I remember.
In Watchmen, the movie, it's all dark and in shadow, but you're seeing ass cheeks clapping. right?
Yeah.
You're actually seeing the pressure.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's nothing, like, that's not explicit, but boy.
That is explicit. I would say that's explicit.
You're not showing anything that you're not supposed to be showing for the PG-13 rating or whatever, but boy, are you as close as you can get to it with the shadows, you know?
Pornography and rules about nudity on all online platforms are nonsense. I remember when Tumblr banned female presenting nipples, so
Exactly.
people were taking
And
photos
Instagram
of
as well with
topless people
and then putting male presenting
photoshopping the nipples
on them.
off,
Yep,
and then putting guy nipples on.
Yep.
Which is fucking weird.
Yep.
That's super strange. But
Watchmen had big swinging blue dong in it. It was not a PG-13 movie, but,
yeah.
But like I'm saying, the way that was shot was they were not showing you as much as they could have been. They were not showing you an explicit sex scene, I feel like, but they were silhouetting it in a way that was pretty close.
So yeah, go ahead and mute the first. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and mute your game audio for episode 4, and then you'll know when to turn it back on.
Not the visual, the audio.
It was the audio.
That's crazy.
But you know what? Go ahead and you turn that sensitive materials, sexual content toggle on also.
Oh, by the way, just a reminder for everybody that I live in Montreal, where striptease was rated G.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
I saw that in the theater.
Yep.
At like whatever it was that it
Cinema
came
at the park. Yeah.
I was like, "Hey, Dad, can we go watch the movie with Demi Moore being naked?" He was like, "Yeah."
All right. So just got to bring this one up every once in a while to remind people what's what. Yeah. Okay. But outside of that, I
like how you can tell who is American in the chat by the level of capitals.
Exactly. And those who are like,
really
"Oh yeah,
funny.
yeah, I remember that." What I have been hearing is that, so obviously besides those foibles, game's excellent.
Oh, it's great.
Yep.
It's great. And it has many of our larger compatriots there.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Charlie Moist Critical is there. Laura Bailey, Matt Mercer. I think Matt Mercer. I just assume Matt Mercer's in everything I watch now.
So Aaron Paul, like, I don't know if did you ever watch any of Invincible?
I did not.
Okay. Aaron Paul has like an episode, well, more than one, but he has like a special dedicated episode where he plays a character in Invincible, and he does a phenomenal job there. Where I kind of was like, okay, Breaking Bad aside, like that really shows me like your ability to perform.
Yeah, Aaron Paul is doing a
good.
great job as dispatch man.
Mm-hmm.
Alana Pierce is there as an Australian person, which works because you got to. Jacksepticeye's there, et cetera, et cetera. It's star-studded cast, really. But more than that, super snappy writing, but not too snappy. Right?
Okay.
Like punchy, quick, funny,
but he's
witty
not right
humor,
behind me, is he?
But it's not overwritten.
That just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Really.
Not too snap. You have to snap it back. You have to go make it witty, but not too witty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It takes a lot of inspiration from their older games. In particular, one very, very famously misunderstood dialogue choice from an earlier game gets a second go around.
Good. Yeah. I saw a joke referencing like confusing options in a you know.
I've been playing through it, and I'm getting like a lot of much like every single one of these. You get to the end, you get to see what did other people do.
Mm-hmm.
And the choices are like 50-50, or if there's 3 choices, it's like 30%. Like right down the middle, or cataclysmic one-sided like things.
So something else I heard was that this game is completely pre-rendered. There is nothing actually.
It is running at 62 FPS the whole time. It is an FMV.
There is no rendering going on whatsoever.
No.
Okay.
No, this is the goddamn choose your own adventure thing.
So it's coming to Netflix, is what you're saying.
Okay, good. Yeah, absolutely. Except there is a game part. So you have your quick time events during story sequences, fighting people in a robot suit or whatever. You've got your narrative choices, which are exactly the same as you would expect from a Telltale thing, all the way down to so and so will remember that. Um, and then you've got a little hacking mini game for babies, but it's cute, right? And then you have the dispatching, which is the game's primary gameplay, which is you running 911 operator for a superhero group and trying to figure out who is correct to send to what job. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, hey, there's a massive soccer brawl. No, it's in the US. Sorry, there's a massive football game brawl happening. You got to send over somebody to take care of it non-violently.
Okay.
And every single task and every single hero is split between combat, defensive ability, mobility, charm, and intellect.
Is that gameplay aspect of it anything like Home Safety Hotline?
No. So what it is that you're looking at a map and a problem will show up and a little circle will start counting down. And you click on it and it'll say, hey, who do you want to send? It'll give you a basic rough idea of what it is. It'll give you a little hint. It's like, oh, the people here are really strong. Or, oh, you need to send somebody who's really smart, who understands crypto,
Okay.
or whatever.
Okay.
And then
okay.
you're going to try and fit the best team. And then what you do is everybody has like a JoJo stand grid
Mm-hmm.
of the 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that it works is that you can't see it, but every single task has a hidden little diagram of themselves. And when the task is complete, they overlap the two to see how much they overlap. And then they throw like a little ping pong ball around like a screensaver and go, hope you land where they both overlap. And then that thing will be marked as complete. So if you send like 3 heroes to a really easy one, it'll just completely cover it and it'll go 100%. It
Okay.
feels you did it.
So there was in the middle of Marvel Civil War, the original comic run, there was like a what if scenario where you got to see like what if Cap and Tony's handshake was genuine and nothing popped off after that, and then it shows an imaginary scenario where they're both in like in a comms room taking calls from around the world, dispatching heroes to deal with S rank problems, A rank, B, etc., and kind of just going out for a coffee break and eventually going like, man, could you imagine if we actually fought over that shit?
Yeah.
And then cutting back to the corpse and the fucking grave and the crying and the oh god, It was a pretty good like cutaway. So I kind of imagine something like that scene.
Yeah, so the main source of drama is that you're running this dispatch job, but you are in charge of the absolute dog shit loser Z team.
Yeah.
Just the absolute worst of the worst idiots, nearly exclusively reformed minor villains.
What happens when you send the fucking new warriors out to deal with a villain that can detonate himself at an elementary school?
Yeah. So, for example, I'll take one example. Charlie plays Sonar. He's a guy in a suit that happens to have a bat head. And he is guilty of a wide variety of financial and money laundering crimes. And he's way into crypto. And so his intelligence and charm are off the charts. So if you need him to go argue with the brain teaser or diffuse a situation or do a speaking arrangement at something to make the company look good, you might want to send him. However, he is also in Narcotics Anonymous and is horribly addicted to drugs. So maybe don't send him to bust up the drug deal because he is addicted to drugs and wants to do cocaine.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. Right.
There's a bunch of little gameplay mechanics, like certain pairs work better together. Certain every event has the right hero to send.
Okay.
Like literally, like they skip the mini game, and there's an extra option that just goes solve it their way.
Don't send Adam X the Extreme to solve the mental health crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so far, from a narrative perspective, it is fucking aces. It's also, and this will be of great interest to you, really short.
Yep.
Every
I saw that.
episode is exactly 1 hour long.
I saw that shit. That fucking cranked it right up the list.
The plan was to blow through it over the weekend. However, episode 4 got in my way, and then the baby got sick. So I'm gonna do the rest of Dispatch tomorrow.
Very excited about that.
Also, Joel Haver's there. You know Joel Haver?
I should.
Joel Haver's the guy who invented the art style of bad-looking VHS video games.
Yes. Yeah, there we go.
And he is being awkward as shit, and his character is so interesting, and I probably want to... I'm going to tell you, that fourth episode has the hardest decision I've ever made in any of those games.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And like I looked at the stats, and it was 53%.
So fuck the in-game stats. Is there an audience chat civil war between decisions as well going on?
Well, yes, constantly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a big fan of putting out this type of video, like as a VOD, and you get comment number 1 going, "Wow, this is crazy. I can't believe I haven't seen even one of these dialogue choices ever before. I never would have picked these."
Yeah.
And then right underneath that, I can't believe how gratifying it is to see Pat pick every single decision that I also picked. Great. And he always made the right decision.
Great. Okay. So this is one of those games straddling that line. Perfect.
This is also something that that somebody described something that was a minor spoiler to me, and I didn't care, and I'm glad they told me. There is a character here that I can't wait to talk to you about, because they are right down the middle of one half of that character is for you, and the other half of that character is for me.
Okay.
Their design might as well be out of your scrapbook.
Okay.
It's the character that you go for and draw and every time. With the personality of the character that is for me,
that you go for every time,
and and watching it ping pong around in my brain is hilarious.
Interesting. Yep. This is high priority.
It's really good. Turn the black bars on. There's a lot more. So episode 1 has a lot of just cock on the screen.
Oh, straight
no
up
flags.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no flags. And apparently the black bars can't keep up with the dick motion in that first episode. Like straight up, like they didn't do that good a job, and it can't.
So I was pleased to find out that like Baldur's Gate was like, it's aggressive, and Cyberpunk has the same thing with its the filtering, but like Twitch was pretty much like okay with it, even if it was like the game was being overly cautious compared to what Twitch should be okay with, which is how I prefer it.
I appreciate that. I thank you.
But YouTube, however, is another beast entirely.
Hey, I'm new to streaming on YouTube. It's good to...
So if somebody just gets a little too excited on mic and gets a little too close to something explicit, like YouTube is going to flag that?
Yeah, that's right. My community guideline strike is going to leave on February 21st, and I had to fill out baby's first content appropriateness class, where I had to do a little survey of 7 questions, where they go, so-and-so is at a hockey game, and is which of these is okay? And fuck you, you fucking condescending pricks. I know exactly what your fucking system should be actually fighting for. I'm getting a false positive here, you fucks.
It's always inconsistent, and whatever it is today is going to be different for tomorrow as well. Like it's literally the battle that's been lasting our entire careers.
Yeah.
And also doesn't hurt to also scroll past the story that where the Dispatch team are like, yeah, fuck that AI shit, and we're like, okay, cool,
good, great.
Cool.
And then I also read an interview where they're like, yeah, we had actually like full on graphic sex scenes, but we had to take them out due to time constraints. And I'm like, after going through half the game, I'm like, you had like more what the fuck did you guys have in here?
Now, hmm, hmm. Interesting. Okay. Um, like, are we looking at Overwatch and kind of going, why don't we wet our
Yeah,
beaks?
maybe. I don't know.
Why not allow us to wet our beaks too, officially?
Uh-huh. But yeah, no,
There's a
Dispatch is
whole lot
great.
of mercy bucks that Blizzard is not making.
Dispatch is great, and then I only have one problem with it,
Yeah.
and it's a problem of my own creation because of the nature of streaming. So Dispatch came out like a month or two ago, like a little while ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what this means is that for the first time ever, I'm playing one of these games not on like the first day, first week, which means I'm actually seeing a representative split of like what those like decisions are, right? Because when you play the like Walking Dead season 1 on the
On day
day it came
one,
out, like
yeah.
you actually were only getting compared to like the first couple hundred people, and sometimes it could skew really hard, right? But now
Mm-hmm.
it's out, it's done, so I'm seeing like the real decisions about who picked this or that. But what I'm also seeing is the final stat on every single episode is for the Dispatch gameplay, it's you did better than X percentage of players. But that includes people who replayed the game to get perfect scores.
Oh.
So the first day, I'm like, you did better than
That
20% of people.
so there's an
Like,
objective correct path?
yes, you can do
Oh.
perfect dispatch runs.
Okay, not the choices in dialogue, but in terms of
No, but like the
the
gameplay,
gameplay itself. Yeah, okay.
right? And it's like there are guides out and people have used them and people have replayed each episode to get the perfect dispatch runs to get the most experience. And so I get to the end and it's like, you are better than 30% of other players. It's like, but I thought I did pretty good. It's like, yeah, because I'm being compared to
Perfect
a
runs. Mhm.
a fucking pool that has been inflated by perfect runs,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It
No.
makes me feel bad every time.
Imagine your first shot against fucking Consort Radon shows you a leaderboard of
Yeah,
how fast you died. Yeah, okay.
yeah,
Um I was about
game's
to
great.
say that the so apparently it's just a collection of MP4s, right? And
Yeah,
it's all pre-rendered, which means you have no access to 3D models,
that's correct.
which means that the horny means of production are owned by the dispatch team themselves,
That's
which
correct.
means that they are in charge of what you get access to. And if you allow them to wet their beaks, if you want to get randy with it, then they can choose how much to dole out to you because they have
Yeah,
all
I
the
don't think
access
they
and
have
you
to
don't.
worry about that because like people
Brilliant.
are just they're gonna do the same thing that they've always done, which is find an approximate character and then change that.
Release the files, literally.
Like if Sarah Bryant's Virtua Fighter model can be
uh
repurposed for Samus, then she can also be repurposed for Blue Blazer.
Sure, but there's a little something to knowing that it's like an approximation versus the original, right?
Yeah.
It's just source filmmaker,
Mhm.
there's something special about that. There's something different about that. So, all right. That's
Um
a surprise.
yeah, no, I can't wait to talk more about that with you next week. I would say when you do slot it in, just slot it 2 days back to back and you fucking bang out the whole goddamn thing in like a weekend.
Yeah, it's
Like it's really consistent in its length.
It's not fully up to me, but as soon as I can,
Yeah, obviously.
I'm gonna make that happen.
Yeah, on high.
Right on.
I also played Lethal Company for the first time with
Yeah.
members. Um, that is that is the primo friend slop. That is
Pure.
it's definitively like sloppy and fun with friends.
Great asset.
You can play it by yourself, and I genuinely don't know why you would ever even bother. Like,
can you play it alone? I don't even know if I knew that. What is there to do? Like,
you go to the place and
get
get
the
things
thing
and bring
and
them
then
back,
bring them
right?
back. Okay, sure. Did you? Yeah, I was like, did you do the full? Did you do the full circuit and see the whole thing?
The full circuit a couple times.
Okay.
It is Peak is the same way, which is it is crazy how strong good proximity chat is in improving like the way these games work. It is like Peak has like you yelling at somebody who's crazy far away, and that's like de facto hilarious.
On a mountaintop and then a tree. Yeah.
It also has like falling off a mountain, and it is like hilarious. But Lethal Company is like being like absolutely carried by its proximity chat. It is so integral that I would say this game is totally pointless without it, because chit chatting with the gang, we modded it to have 5 people in there, right? But chit chatting with the gang only to have the gang just completely to a person stop answering you.
Yes, exactly.
Just fade out and just nothing. And not even a yell.
And like climbing treetop, mountaintop expanse is like an ideal proxy chat punchline scenario creator. But the only thing better than that I can imagine is we're all trapped under Nostromo. You know?
Yeah.
Going through the halls of a factory spaceship ass setting with vents and air locks, and suddenly just footsteps clinking into the distance, you know, is great.
And it's just everything about it is just built for like tense, hilarious moments. Like I saw like Cloud, everybody's more familiar with these games than I am. So at one point Cloud was in a very dark room, and he knew that there was a beam that was hidden in the darkness that he could use to platform across. So he looks at me and goes, "Hey Pat, want to see a magic trick?" And then jumped off to land on it, and then missed, and then just disappeared in the darkness and fucking died.
Exactly.
And I'm just sitting there like with my mouth agape going.
Yeah.
And then later we were talking like, dude, you sounded like those guys who like kill themselves at the airport. Just hey everybody, check this out.
Right.
Bang!
And then and the other thing too here that's different from the Peak experience is the extraction run. The fuck this, scary. I'm going back to the ship and wait for me, and I gotta go or I'm dead. Too bad.
We had a great moment where Shima the Tiger went back to watch our positions from the ship, and everybody else died. We're dead, right? But Javi, I Heart Justice, managed to survive and get out of that. And he's crawling through the woods with like every enemy I think I've seen in the game
pulled
in his vicinity.
Yeah.
And we don't have walkie-talkie, so there's no communication. And so he's a little lost, and he's trying to find his way back, and he realizes where the ship is. And Shimada, who thinks she's helping, just starts like hitting the horn as hard as she can and starts yelling out, "Hey, we're over here," and activating like a dozen enemies that are sound activated.
Yeah.
Only to have Javi make it to the, it was picture perfect. Javi made it to the entrance, and from her perspective, he just got fucking like T-Rexed off screen.
Yep. Yeah.
Just incredible for this type of nonsense.
Like running back to the ship, and as you're within a few steps of it, watching it take off into the distance, and you just stand still, and then a Titan just picks you up.
Yeah.
And you're like, welp, yeah. Good stuff.
Kind of great. Kind of incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Though I think the next time we do this, not this week, but maybe in 2 weeks, will probably be Repo. Because I died a lot. I died a lot. I spent most of that stream in the death cam.
Okay.
And I was like, I would like to play one of these friend slop games in which I can defend myself in any way whatsoever, please.
Okay.
So the next one is probably going to be Repo, because Repo gives you a gun. Even if the gun is mostly useless, I would like to have a gun, please.
Did you, the only other thing I'm curious, did you drop off stuff at the company?
Oh, yeah.
And did you hang
And then
out
I rang
there?
the bell too many times.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that's it. I'm like, that's the most interesting thing about the entire game to me.
I also got frustrated with Shimada not being able to get a truck up a little incline, so I got into the truck myself and then immediately exploded and killed Cloud.
Sick.
Like, I turned the ignition and the car just literally blew up in my fucking face. So that was great. That game's great.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, one of the things about the friend slop genre is you're like, oh man, this cool game's so interesting, and it's so hot and so cool. And now it's multiple years older, and it's still like not even close to being finished.
Is it not?
No.
Because it was so basic in you know, asset and features that I assumed it was just like another one of those game jam productions.
No, early access.
Oh. Okay.
That's kind of one of the problems. They're all early access. All of them. Like kind of forever. Like fucking Valheim. I bet you I could look up and Valheim's still in fucking early access.
Was Fall Guys early access?
No,
that came out proper. Okay.
No, Fall Guys was made by was it Ubisoft?
Oh, I thought it got acquired. I thought there was a small thing, a small dev team, and then like a bigger team like bought them or published it or something like that.
Is Peak not early access? Let me go check that.
Okay.
Peak won the award over at Peak is not early access. Yeah, and you know what? It feels like it's not early access. I also did I stream anything else? I have to actually go back and check my fucking content fucking video producer tab to even answer this question. Me and Paige did the Game of the Year predictions. We also did more Blindly Leading Blind, which Paige is getting much better at RE2, which is awesome. I played Demon School. I did a sponsored stream for Demon School.
That looks cool.
I saw that Demon School had a bunch of like a smattering of reviews across a wide variety of scores, and I know exactly why. The characters are of a really particular style,
and you have to love them or hate them, hit or miss.
And if you're down with that style, you're like, fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
And if you're not, that shit would just be fucking miserable.
I got that from the trailer just watching. It's like, okay, you're doing some Persona hangouts with these characters here, and if you like the friends you can hang out with, you're going to enjoy it.
Game's killer. And if not,
that's it. Yep, I can feel it.
I saw somebody just compare it to Neon White, and that's ridiculous. I actually like Neon White, but I think that Neon White went a lot farther. But yeah, no, Demon School is super cool.
Neon White was a weird one.
The art style stellar, the music's fantastic. The core tactical gameplay is very interesting and very, very into the breach-isting. The goal is to kill the right amount of enemies by the end of 3 or 4 turns perfectly. And if you do so, you get a great ranking and more rewards. Super cool.
Okay.
I was sponsored to play it. I got paid for that. But that's one of those games where they said, "Do you want money for this?" And I was like, "I was gonna fucking do a stream anyway."
Yeah,
so yeah, absolutely.
I threw that shit on the list for sure. What was the? I feel like yeah. Who made it again? It was I looked it up and I remember seeing.
It is Yizbrid
Absurd
Games.
I think
and the developer is Necrosoft.
Yeah. Okay, Necrosoft. There you go. Yeah. Right. I assume that's absurd. It's just a absurd way to spell absurd is the bit.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the publisher.
The publisher, and Necrosoft is
The
the
Microsoft is the actual devs.
yeah. Cool. All right.
Super good game. And last but not least, I guess, is that in my own time off camera, I've been playing a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is up for a bunch of awards this year, and it's done now. It's finished, except for like an emergency patch they need to bring out at some point because there's a progression blocker that I avoided. The first progression blocker to be avoided in ages. But I actually, just for people who've played KCD2, I would like to point out how excellent the wedding quest is. The wedding quest is what you're building up to for the first half of the game. You're trying to get invited to a wedding to meet a bigwig. And there is a long series of quests to finagle an invite to that wedding. And I did all of them. And then I did every side quest that existed on the map. It took me 42 hours before getting to that wedding. And when I got to that wedding, I knew who every single fucking guest was.
Wow.
And had unique dialogue for every single fucking person.
Wow. Okay.
And they fucking pay it off.
Nice. Okay. Proper
And like certain characters not getting along and remarking that, and like certain minor quests opening up because they know you. Like, hey, because I helped Voss detect the gameskeeper fucking not get eaten by wolves, he trusts me enough to slap a drink out of his hand the whole night every time I see one because he's got a drinking problem.
So like proper Citadel DLC
Absolutely.
style. Yeah.
Like a micro Citadel, but like in the fucking first third of the game.
Sick.
And then they followed it up with a really, really brutal quest that I am working on where they take all of your shit away. They take every single fucking item and skill you have away. And they put you in an environment you've never been before. And they say, figure it out with a time limit.
Sure.
And I'm fucking sweating. I'm sweating. That game's incredible.
So, like, I feel like, after Hypogean Jail and, like, every other variant thereof, the whole, like, kidnapped and taken your powers away arc no longer elicits the same panic it used to. Even in Silksong type of thing, you're kind of just like, okay, we're doing one of these segments. I'm sure there's a, like, okay, you're holding back from saying a lot of things. All right.
Okay, so I want to be clear. You don't, like, KCD is an RPG with a lot of equipment. You don't realize how much your inventory is your entire character's power until they take it away from you.
I see. Okay,
because the thing that really fucked me over, I'm like, oh, they took all my lock picks, man. And I can't leave this area. I don't even know where to get a lockpick. Like, oh, congrats. This entire form of gameplay is just disabled until I can scrounge one up or find one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like, it's more than losing my missiles or my Varia suit. I'm like, I can't pick locks. I can't fight.
You cannot traverse.
I have no ability to use any healing items.
Yeah. Okay.
That game's so fucking cool. Everything about that game is fucking cool.
Okay.
And that's it for me. If you want to check out more Pat stuff, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt and youtube.com/PatStaresAt. This week is going to be I can't remember. I'm so tired, by the way. It's hard to sleep when your little guy is going like the whole night. And I feel bad for him. Yeah, I know, Willie. I know. Hey, do you want to do something really annoying? Hey, do you want to do something really, really, really annoying? Okay, so now that we're parents, right? Remember when you were single? Like single. And you're like, I'm too busy to go to that.
Oh my God.
and how
Yeah.
and how you didn't know what the fuck busy meant
Yep.
at all.
Yep. So I like, okay, I have not had these weeks have not been eventful in terms of content consumption of sorts, but there are new sounds happening that we're
Yeah.
trying to decode. There are sounds that are like, it's not quite a full-on fuss and it's not quite a cry, but it's kind of just a
I'd call that a grumble.
And you're like, okay, what does that mean? Is this relating to, is it tummy? Is it digestion? Sort of sometimes, but then other times it's like, you don't have it, but then when I bring you to this room, now you have it. So you're like, oh, it's an emotional thing. You're reacting to this stimulus. Are you overstimulate, and you're flipping this Rubik's Cube around.
So there's that whole process is every single thing your baby is saying is, I don't like this, and it's solved for this.
Yes. But
right.
But up until now, right, a certain level of I don't like this goes straight to tears. So you're like, yeah, fair enough. I can read that. I can.
Yeah, because now you're like,
right. But now you have like an right? You have that, and then you're like, okay, so this is a level of discomfort. What if we changed it by, let's pick you up? And then the pickup now is like, and you're like, oh, no, you don't want to be picked up. Okay. So let's try putting you in this like bouncer for a second. No, you don't want that either. Okay. So the scenario you're in,
on the left side, please.
So the scenario you're in where you're hearing this fussing is actually the least fussing compared to the other four things you've just tried.
So,
and you're like, is this
will be that will get more complicated, but it will also get more clear for multiple years. And then you will hit the era of straight up the phrase, I don't like this. What don't you like? X. Okay, I will now stop X. And then you will discover that they were lying.
Oh no.
We have entered into the phase in which we physically can't get to his demands before he changes his mind.
Okay. See, because to me, that communication level of like, it feels like such an immediate game changer where you're like, oh, I wish I could just hear from you what the thing you want is.
Yeah. Well, okay. So get this. Dada, I want Peba toast, please. Peba toast is peanut butter toast.
Okay.
Right?
Okay,
buddy. No problem. Guess what, fuckhead? Toast takes fucking time to toast in the toaster.
Yes.
You know what that means? By the time I get that kid Peba toast, I offer him the Peba go. No! What Peba toast?
Okay.
No!
Okay. You're not sure yourself where you're at. Right.
Like almost with how dare you offer me the Peba toast?
Yep.
Like inside,
So someone just went, a baby is not a Souls game, boss Wooly, and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No, they are.
You're so wrong. You have never been more wrong. It's crazy how wrong you are.
You learn
the patterns.
Babies are a game of Simon that you learn through the most obtuse format ever.
And the joke that we've been having as I'm talking to Punchmom about this is that me recognizing patterns and startup animations and things that are beginning to happen and fixing it first, but to cancel out a cry is actually the same things you do when you're fighting a boss in a game, getting used to, oh, the arm is up. It's, which one is it? It's the delay roll catch. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Right? I'm hearing, so before the cry comes out, you start to see the frown, right? And then sometimes you see the super exaggerated frown and a little bit of the like, right? You're like, oh, I know that one. That one is temperature. That's a temperature-based upsetness. And then you're like, okay, strip the layer off, right? We're in the car or whatever. Okay, strip the layer off, get some air circulating there, and that cry is now canceled, and you don't have to worry about it. Because if it breaks and it's in a full cry, you're stuck with it. Now you have to soothe that and then other thing, or bringing them to the table where like she loves to reset on this table. There's a table she loves. It makes her smile every time, being able to like get that done quickly enough. There are things where like when she's feeling particularly like uh there are times where she's like, I want to eat, but I'm just not hungry enough to finish this bottle or so. And
Sure.
you're kind of like, I want you to keep drinking. I want you to keep going. Like, if you there's a moment where she will like pull off, and sometimes like she's like, oh, I'm gonna stop paying attention because I gotta poop right now, or I'm gonna pull off because I gotta burp, right? And it's a little
Yeah.
distracted moment. And when that happens, there are windows where you have approximately 20 seconds, if the bottle is finished, to refill it with something temperature appropriate and keep going. Otherwise, she'll just be like, you know what? Actually, I changed my mind. I'm out. And like, you have to kind of like, while she's in the flow of still drinking, you have to get her more fast enough, or the interest is gone. And it's a 20-second timer, you know? And you get in sometimes, like, there's a point where I was like, you get a refill ready next to you, and you switch it fast enough and get it back in her mouth, where she's like, I'm okay, yeah, it's like I never stopped drinking. I forgot that I stopped, so let's keep it going, you know? These are all things that boss pattern recognition absolutely help you with. And like, it's funny because with Punch Mob, like, we've joked about it, where I'm like, no, these skills are coming into play, and I'm seeing things that like sometimes she's missed or so, just based on game recognition. So it's absolutely on point. It's so close, you have
So,
no idea.
Wooly,
There are
I
QTEs.
have sent you a photo just now, and it is the photo of my son 5 seconds after telling me he is not tired.
Yeah, okay.
And this photo was when I took this to send to Paige, and we started to workshop. Can I get, so he is like closed eyes, slumped over a chair backwards.
Yep. Flailing.
And saying, I'm not tired. And I'm texting Paige, like, how do I get him out of that chair upstairs to the bedroom? Can I do it? The answer is no. I actually physically can't get him off the chair, because if he moves at all, he will wake up just enough that he will actually like beat his chest so that he will wake up, because he doesn't want to nap.
Yeah, I'm that.
So I have to recognize I fucked up. I had to recognize 10 minutes prior that he looked too sleepy to sit down.
I was putting so much just like joy and hope on the idea of like, oh, that cool thing where they learn a little bit of sign language, you know, where they learn all the different like, oh, poop or milk, more, you know, etc., pain, all these little cues, and kind of being like, that will solve all the problems.
No.
Only to now be like, and then what if they lie?
Yeah, dude. Or more accurately, what if they change their mind too fast?
Damn. Phase
so
2.
Like, so I can see how some parents would like think this is the terrible twos or whatever, but because they have no patience and they hate their children or whatever. But my boy he's starting to feel himself. He's starting to gain some independence, and he thinks he can tell mom and dad what to do. And he tells us what to do literally every second of the fucking day now. I mentioned this earlier. It's not time to say, come on. It's not okay. It's not time to eat. It's not time to go to bed. No, it is not time to pick me up. It is not time to pet Caboose. And my personal favorite, me and Paige were chit-chatting about something in the kitchen, and he walked into the room and said, it is not time to talk right now. And we both just like, our jaws just dropped. And we're like, no, you don't get to. And he goes, yeah.
You gotta push those limits to learn them. You gotta learn them. That's how we do it. Damn. Well, in any case, there are new noises, there are new phases, there are new, new bars are filling up. First time you get hit with frenzy and you're like, what is that? What does that icon mean? It's almost full. I'm gonna get out of here. That can't be good. But holy shit. Okay. Well, in any case, that aside, a bunch of time has been spent on that. Something I have been doing, just I've checked out a bit of I've been wanting to do this for a while. Absolute Batman. I don't know if you've
Oh yeah.
it's basically this
Big Batman
yeah.
with no money.
Yeah, right. So the absolute universe in DC is what if the heroes were what if Hope was absolutely the like evil in the sense that it's the outlier in an absolute dark, destructive, everything is awful and all the stacks, all the odds are against you world. And in this case with Batman, what if Bruce was 6'9" and blue collar worker and had none of the origin power of money that the Bruce we know has. And he just hits the punching bags and he works as an engineer, and he works all over the Gotham, and he gets to learn the streets and he gets to learn the ropes. He does plumbing, he does all of it, and he hides out in a tower that's an unused floor of a billionaire skyscraper that's just empty, and that's where he hides his shit, you know.
Why does he have no money?
Because he grew up poor. He grew up poor. His dad's a teacher.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah. His dad, Thomas Wayne, is a teacher, and Martha's a social worker. That's it. You know? Nothing special.
Okay.
But
being poor made him big.
Yeah, well, he's gigantic. Is exactly because like basically the superhero the logic of the universe is such that Darkseid created a world where again like all the odds are stacked against the heroes in particular, which whatever their origin is, and in his case it's like he's got size and he's got grit, and that's it. That's all he's got going. You know, you figure out the rest somehow. You can't just solve it with the.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of pieces of art of Absolute Batman, and the redesigns of the villains all look kind of awesome.
So that's it. What got me interested was seeing the axe. Right, the bat logo off the chest drops down and becomes a giant axe, basically. And then I saw Joker. I saw the design for what Joker is in Absolute World, and it's like, this is unfair. It's so unfair.
It's pretty unfair.
It's completely
Yeah.
ridiculous. And I went, all right, I want to know. And yeah, so far it's really good. So far it's really sick. But one of the funnest things is I kind of realized that, you know, there's always the part of the discourse over the years is should like Batman doesn't kill, that's the golden rule, but sometimes it's just so ridiculous. They're rubber bullets, I swear, etc. And like you were always
my favorite is hitting people with the fucking car at fucking 120 miles per hour in Arkham Knight, but I electrocuted them, so they're fine.
We tased them. It wasn't the car that hit them. It wasn't
like
the tumbler.
Absolute insanity.
Exactly, right? And just that world, and the more realistic, you know, setting that Batman is, the more that argument becomes really stupid, right? There's something I kind of realized here that I love is in this absolute world, the other one thing besides being having the power of being 6'9", 400 pounds or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's one power, and the other one is the power of fucking Yakko, Wacko, and Dot mallet space logic, right? So there are things where like you're like when you're trying to stick to this rule, right, the golden rule of Batman, and like first things first, as you're establishing who this character is in the middle of purging out a refugee camp, Belon Busk throws up a nice little Zieg Heil, and then the next panel is a 2-page spread of the arm getting broken, and
I like this,
and the goofy bone cartoonishly sticking out of the broken arm mid Zieg, right? And you're
this. This is good, actually.
And you're seeing the extreme, like Batman's face when he's crunching the Nazi arm. He's so mad at the arm. He's like.
I like the idea of all the rage being directed at shoulder to fingertip.
He's so mad. He's so mad at that elbow. Like it's exploding out of the joint, right? And then on the next
this feels good. I like this.
And on the next page is I want you to imagine two bowls, right?
Mm.
And put one bowl inside of the other bowl.
Got it.
So they stack together, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bowl on the bottom is the face of another Nazi, and the bowl on the top is Batman's knee.
Got it.
Okay?
Got it.
You have never seen a Tiger Knee Captain Falcon just annihilate the shape of a dude that deserved it as hard as ever, but it's drawn in such a way where it's like, no, they're alive.
Wow, that's a hell of an elbow break.
Oh yeah, no, they're alive. They're totally fine. No one died here. But like the logic of the world is like, no, but the emotion of what you need, of how hard you need to knee that dude in the face is felt. Also, the bicep and like the exploding leg muscles are so huge. Like they're getting extra big because it's Animaniacs rules in this art style, right? Batman doing that knee again, the face, the
yeah.
Every page is just that strain where I'm like, this is amazing. I love how much he needed to inflict pain.
These are not adhering to like human constraints.
It rules to then do that and be like, yeah, they survived. They're fine. He's teaching them a lesson.
They're fine. He beat him up.
It's
okay.
The vibe. The vibe is what needs to get across in these attacks. You're sending a message with these arm breaks and these face breaks and these back breaks and these leg breaks and just folding the enemies into basketballs and dribbling them.
Yeah.
like a Warner Brothers cartoon, but like it's conveyed that like this is how you need to treat evil in this world because it's especially damning and everywhere in the absolute universe. So this is the answer. It's very, very satisfying to see those panels. I appreciate it. That's it. Just absolute Batman fucking that is the shit. Pretty much.
I've actually seen a bunch of pieces of these comics. And like a lot of them actually look really good. I saw like some panels from Martian Manhunter, and it looked super visually interesting.
I haven't checked out any of that. I saw the like basic introduction to Absolute Wonder Woman is like, instead of being raised on Themyscira, she's raised in hell.
Okay, sure.
And for Superman, it's there was no Kents. He was born and raised on Krypton.
Oh, that sounds like a good reason that we should kill Superman.
He had no old country moral compass upbringing. So yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, we should kill Superman.
I mean, it sounds like you're guaranteed to be a huge douche, depending on which version of the Krypton we're talking about. But I haven't read it, so I don't know. You saying that with your bald face right now, especially? Yeah.
I think killing Superman is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just feeling it. I'm just feeling it real good.
See, the problem is that you don't have the charismatic eyes of Michael Rosenbaum to pull this off,
That's not fair. It's not. Also, I don't need to do that. I just want to kill Superman. I just want to,
And
for the lull.
And the only other thing is, speaking of killing Superman, I was checking out, I don't know if you saw any of it, but Invincible Versus had its beta.
I did not see that at all. This is literally the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay, so
speaking of, that reminds me, I need to go look in my email for a different beta.
You're in. Guess what? You're in.
Oh yeah, you're right. I am.
You're in. Everyone's in.
I should write these dates down.
Yes, 5 to 7.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So everybody got in this time,
Everyone's
huh?
in. Everyone's in.
All right.
Everyone's going to play Tokon in a couple days' time.
What? No. I mean...
Yeah. But right now, Invincible Versus is happening. And I was curious because I'm like, I want to see what this game finally plays and looks like, because what I see in these trailers is like, it's a little jank looking. It's a setting that has some cool characters, but overall, these are flying bricks, and I don't know how you really make this interesting.
A lot of them are Superman.
Flying bricks. That's just what we're doing, right? But this is the team that made Killer Instinct, so I'm also wondering, what are they cooking? Because that's a great ass fighting game. like its biggest issue besides the team swap and stuff, but even then it still came out great. It was just being console limited, held back by its exclusivity. But in this instance, I'm kind of looking at what they're doing, and okay, when it comes to the Supermen and the flying bricks, as they're being called, it's just what the game is. You can't get around it, right? They don't have the same moves and specials, of course, but in terms of the overall vibe of what you're looking at, people in tights throwing big old Western comic book swings at each other and heads exploding is just what this game is. And you're going to get a Battle Beast here. You're going to get a Viltrumite who's spinning her hair to attack you there. But for the most part, you're watching cape people take big power swings,
I saw Goggins is there.
As is, Cecil. Cecil is really cool. I actually find him the most interesting member of the cast.
Oh yeah, because he's a dude, right? He's just an old man.
He's an old man, and he's got the money tech on his side, so he teleports, and it's an extremely good move, but it's also resource limited. And I think, like, in the show, it's like literally every time you use a teleporter, it's the cost of a small island nation's GDP. Like, it is the most expensive thing in the world, but Cecil can do it. And the other thing, so then in terms of the systems they got going on, they did something really very KI, but I kind of expected them to, like, create a system that I thought would be a lot simpler. They went complex, and I haven't gotten hands on it, so I don't know. But from the outside, I'm like shocked that they would try to make it as complex as it is. Of all these fighters we've been seeing that are the tag fighters coming out, so this one doesn't have it doesn't look as good as Tokon or 2XKO, for example. It doesn't have the visuals on its side.
No.
It is probably the fastest.
Really?
They made it ridiculously fast, and you have to play it fast. You have to react fast. It just throws everything at you insanely quickly. And the core of, like, what you're doing in the game is you're doing a very easy combo, because it lets you you can do heavy punch, fireball, heavy punch, fireball, heavy punch, fireball. You can just do those two things until that you hit the combo limit, and that'll work. It's extremely It's extremely generous with that. But what you have to kind of do to make your combos extend is call in your assists, right? Calling assists is free. Unless you block it, then it costs a little bit of this resource. But if you call it an assist and you're hitting the opponent, it doesn't take anything away from you. You lose nothing for doing it. And if the person doesn't know how to deal with it, you can call your assists and switch between your characters and do infinite combos forever until they die.
This I'm watching Diphany play it right now, or Diaphony.
Diaphone?
Oh right, Diaphone. Sorry, when we were on the tournament, I pronounced his name Diaphony.
I see.
And it started a long series of name mispronunciations that I can't quite shake.
Probably doesn't appreciate that too much.
But this shit looks like Kusoge. This looks like the Western DNF duel.
Yeah, the jank is wild. And what they're doing at these breakneck speeds is they're making it so that every assist is free, and then you can stop it by doing a combo breaker that is calling your own assist out to stop theirs. And you have to do it insanely fast, and when you do break a combo with your assist, it costs half of your assist's life in red life. So
I just saw him do that. Jesus.
They can heal it back if you leave them in the back long enough, but
you gotta leave them in the back forever.
But they have to. But, like, that's the sacrifice of stopping a combo, is you take someone in the background and you lose half their life. So if you're taking a combo that's, like, gonna obviously kill you, you better stop it. But resource met wise, they're just going wacky with it, right? So the shit like that, if you snap someone in, they lose all that red life, obviously. every throw can lead to a combo. So throws are just other ways to open up your opponent, right? And
These damage numbers are so high.
it's batshit. It's batshit. There are snapbacks where you can have someone break and then snap back in the person who had half red life and make them lose all of it, right? So they're just going crazy with it. They're making this game that's like really, really like it's got the jank, but and all that, but it's also like difficult in terms of systems and asks. You know, I haven't played it, so I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to follow the systems and looking at the tutorial and stuff. I'm like, why would you go this complex with it? You know, but there's one aspect of it that I think is pretty interesting. Is there's no draw games or time overs that in the traditional sense. When the clock goes to 0, you enter sudden death and you continue the fight, but both of your life starts draining over time.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
So whoever is in the lead has a time advantage, but if the person who's in the second place gets a touch and kills you first, they can still win. You know, so that's cool. That's a hype way to kind of be like, you know, hey, there's always a chance. It of course encourages it engenders passivity, as FromSoft would say, in at least one person. But like, it's a nice way to be like, no, you still have to fight even when there's a time over. I find that interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But I just unfortunately don't think that the Invincible license combined with the jank look and the character flying brick variety is going to pull enough people away in terms of just like general interest.
This has the opposite problem that 2XKO has, right? Where 2XKO has like the potential like dream roster from anything you could ever want. Oh, there's not enough. They've already shown off a bunch of characters for this, and like 6 of them are the same guy.
Yeah, it's unfortunately like landing closer to Nenpact. But Nenpact has a huge variety of characters, but it's just not a very good fighting game.
Yeah.
In this case, this looks like it could be fun in the absolute like fucking, you know, yeah, this is a dumpster fighter kind of, you know. But the KI team, they do know how to make a good fighting game. It's just I don't know that they're gonna get, you know, people's attention for long with this. Like Invincible getting a fighting game is a cool thing. Maybe it should have been a different genre, you know? Maybe
it should have been done by ad hoc.
And I might be crazy. I might have to look at this up close when it's running in front of me. But my feeling in my heart is that KI looks better.
It does. I'm telling you right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Like it shouldn't, because this is a successor of sorts, and it's coming later on a future platform. But the idea, but KI's art design and like characters,
it's much stronger.
They're clear, they're crisp. There's a much more clear design going on, and this is kind of, it's not standing out. You know?
Like I'm sure there's a lot of people like Invincible, and supposedly I haven't watched it or read it, but supposedly it's quite good.
It's great.
But Invincible has a really basic art style.
Yes. No, Invincible's like whole thing is, hey, you read comic books and superheroes, we're going to twist that and do a bunch of unexpected things with the Justice League archetypes that you're aware of, you know? And so part of selling the idea is that it needs to kind of look basic comic booky, you know? There are, and even when like the art style, even in the original comics as well, it's like it's going, at the time at least, it was going for something that looked similar to what DC was doing with some of their books and stuff. So you're not looking at it for these incredible, amazing League of Legends art designs or fucking Tokon, you know what I mean? Like it's not doing that. And in fact, I think it was brilliant of Tokon to be like, we're gonna go for an extreme art design take on these characters that stands out, because Tokon easily could have just been generic MCU fighter, you know?
Bro, that the Tokon art design is just so evocative and so unique and so cool.
Like it looks like MVCI, the lesson learned from that, you know, they swung as hard as they could in the opposite direction and went like, yo, Arxis, you do amazing visual things. People love the way your games look. Please give this a visual identity. And for Invincible Versus to do something that would have given it a strong visual identity as a fighting game, it would have probably had to betray a bit of how it looked as a comic or as a show.
You know that pointing soy jack meme of like Thing and he's bored and it's Thing but Japanese and he's like, oh
Yeah,
oh
yeah.
Like I actually feel that way about Marvel characters. Like
Japan.
I'm so serious.
Yeah.
Or Chinese. Fuck it.
Yeah. And then the thing is that like when you see Arxis doing an extremely faithful ass take on Dragon Ball, you're like, that's super sick. But you know what else is sick? Fucking Dragon Ball is hype as hell.
Yeah, Dragon Ball is sick as shit.
All it needs to do is just like evoke all the shit that we already know it does. And Invincible is also really sick, but not for those reasons, you know? Now the best.
I'm watching this footage. I genuinely think that Cecil, the old man with these fucking zombie robot guys, is the most visually interesting person on this entire roster.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that we also get someone on the roster that's a season 3 character that could also be very, very potentially cool. But the deep cuts they're going to have to go to get original characters. And not only that, there's characters that look original, but their moveset is not, you know? Like I can think of...
there's a Seth Rogen orange guy
Alan
that's
the
just
Alien.
another Superman.
Alan the Alien is a one-eyed, like, original kind of fun character that is almost like a space Green Lantern that is also a big flying brick. You know? That's it. That's exactly it.
They should put Spawn in this.
Or Spider-Man.
Spawn. Spawn's in the Invincible comics.
And Spider-Man is in the Invincible comics as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like straight up fucking Spider-Man?
There was a
That's
crossover.
hilarious.
The whole Portal crossover thing happened.
Yeah, put Spider-Man in. Fuck it.
There you go. Anyways, so you know, we'll see where this goes, but unfortunately I think it's not going to set the world on fire.
Since I briefly mentioned it, I do want to mention one thing about the 2XKO patch that went out that nerfed Yasuo and Echo. It was pretty light, but playing it in Master and Grandmaster, player psychology changed due to those patches.
Yes.
I used to fight like 80% Yasuo and Echo on a team, and they've almost fucking disappeared because players read those nerfs and seem to have abandoned them.
Well, they're still effective, but I think
they're still really strong. They're still probably the best characters in the game.
But perception is a lot, and yeah, there's a feeling around the counterplay that like doesn't always reflect the win rates, you know. But
it's so interesting.
But when you see them say there's 3% going both directions, and that's our farthest gap, right? 47 to 53 is the largest matchup discrepancy they have. And it never feels that way, ever.
Never.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's and it's going to continue feeling like this.
Like, dude, Blitzcrank got the most tiniest buff. I see like 10 times more Blitzcranks in Grandmaster now.
So, okay, are you seeing like, so congrats on making it. Are you seeing what I'm talking about where like the characters disappear, right? And when you do run into a Braum, you're like, you're about to get taken for a fucking ride.
Yeah.
Right? It's incredible. Yeah. No, I'm seeing some like dudes show up where like people that are just outside of Challenger range are showing up with their Braums, and I'm like, oh fuck me. I'm just that you're gonna do some shit I've never seen before, and it's gonna.
Man, you know what? I recently saw a video of a guy playing Mortal Kombat and online, and there's a feature in Mortal Kombat Online that I did not know existed, and I think every fighting game should do this. And it fucking has like the your opponent's like LP or like whatever their default ranking, and then it has their win-loss ranking, and the game like gives you like a fucking win chance. It gives you like
your percentage against this person.
Yeah, it goes like you have like a 10% chance of winning.
That's toxic as fuck. That's the most toxic thing ever.
I know, but the numbers go high enough that you can get 0%.
That's horrendous. That's so bad. I love it. I hate that.
I want that. I
That's
want
awful.
that.
So okay, Tekken shows you the last 10 matches the person that you're about to fight had, and so you can
Yeah.
see that part. Dragon Ball Fighters had a bunch of stats displayed by default, and it lets you turn them off, right? But you have to go hide them essentially.
No, I want total win I want like win percentage over the last 100 matches.
Oh my god!
And if it says 80%, I'm gonna start to sweat.
I'll tell you right now, all you're gonna do is make the pluggers plug harder. Like
You're right. You're right.
People who were already thinking about plugging are gonna be like, "Nah, you don't deserve it." You know, that LTG mentality comes out even faster when they have a number attached to you. Holy shit, that's toxic. Anyways, on Wooly Versus, tune in over on YouTube and on Twitch. We're continuing with Expedition 33 Act 2. Yeah, the schedule again remains a little touch and go as we got baby stuff happening, but stay tuned.
I may get very sick this week.
Say
and cancel a bunch of streams. I don't know.
I will let you guys know over on my socials what the plan is. But we're making good progress in Act 2 though. We're getting places. Holy shit, is that game fun to see the second time around. New Game Plus in Expedition 33 is phenomenal. Really cool.
Well, that's crazy, Wooly. Who'd have thought you could play a game 2 times and enjoy it?
Yes.
That's so crazy.
Obviously. The things what I'm saying is that the things that are you're meant to catch around are sometimes it's like there's stuff that you can catch a second time around, I feel, that is like let's say a subtle thing that makes a moment better. You know?
Yeah, but Expedition 33 has cutscenes that I'm like, when you encounter them the
zero
first
context.
time through, you're like, this is nonsense. This is like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
Exactly. And that's expressly made for your second time around. Yeah, for sure. In any case, yeah.
Everything in black and white makes no sense until you beat the game, basically.
Yeah, everything in the vignette cuts, for sure.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I guess it's some French thing.
And there's a moment where, like, right when you're approaching the heart of Lumiere, of old Lumiere, you know, and you know that like the run back, you know, against Renoir, you in that cutscene, there's like, you see the mansion, you see a bunch of fire, you hear some sounds, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, are you recontextualizing some trauma that happened, you know, in real life with just the direction of this scene, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So some stuff worth talking about afterwards. But anyway, quick break. Yeah,
break. I gotta feed this dog. His food time is hours late. Poor doggy.
BRB. All right, let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Dude, I love sponsor.
It is the holiday season, so big, big buy things time.
It's time for money.
It's time to buy things, y'all. That's what y'all need to do. And I'll tell
It's
you,
true.
yeah. So if you are, for example, looking to sell things, then Shopify is the place to go. Shout outs to Shopify this week, the sponsor for this episode of the podcast. If you're looking to get yourself online and figure out how to sell whatever it is, so something as simple as a T-shirt, anything that you're doing, you need to figure out how to get it to the right places online. You need to figure out how to set up shop. You want to make sure that you can integrate it into all your social media. You want to make sure that you can promote properly. You want to make sure that you can track how to ship internationally if you're going to choose to go that way, and process returns, all of that stuff. Shopify makes it way, way easier. They are the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. There's tons of household names like Mattel and Gymshark, for example, that use them. It made it a lot easier when getting set up with the t-shirt shop as well that we had going. Just the simplicity of being able to get something plugged in and have a bunch of available like product descriptions and design templates you can set up to get your shop looking good right away. They've got an award-winning support team to help you out if you don't know what you're doing, kind of like we don't know what we're doing. And when it comes to, again, shipping and tracking online sales, making sure you can figure out who's buying what, where, for what reasons, what are they interested in, what are they looking at, what are they returning, and where. Shopify helps you handle all of that stuff on the back end. So, yeah, if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Perfect for getting you to your millionth sale or even your first, whatever size business you use. Check them out. Turn your big business idea into cash today with Shopify on your side. You can sign up for a $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/superbeast. That's shopify.com/superbeast. One more time, shopify.com/superbeast. And you can sign up for your $1 per month trial period. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
This episode of the podcast is sponsored by one of my favorites. Still ranting and raving about how good it is. The Aura frame is incredible. It is the best, one of the best gifts I've given out, and one of the best ones I'm using currently. It is a digital picture frame. You set it up. If it's a gift you're giving to someone, you can preload it with frames and with pictures and a message. If you are making it, of course, to give, to send, or for yourself, it's real simple. You can get an app to load in all the photos that you would want to, real easy, right off your phone, and then it cycles through them just like that. In whatever location. On top of that, it's very quick and easy to, if you don't have the app, you can even, each frame has an email address you can email an attachment to get it there as well, so people can, if people that you are in your family, you can have them add stuff to your frame too. Sharing from multiple people pictures at the drop of a hat is super easy. Perfect, for example, for showing off to grandparents, like, hey, check out this cute new baby picture. You just upload it right to their phone, and they can, or right to the frame, and they can see that. Huge hit. Everyone I know that I got one for loves it. And just again, like literally yesterday we were just like remarking on it, looking at pictures and showing it off. In particular too, I appreciate that it's a digital picture frame, but it doesn't have the really bright, glaring, like tablet kind of effect that you would think it would be like if you have a screen on in your room. It dims itself around the brightness of the room, and if there's no one in there or if the lights go down, it turns itself off as well. It's honestly just like a perfect kind of cool thing to look at and cycle through memories. It's also dope too because nowadays when you take pictures, sometimes you have that little like animation that comes along with it, like a couple seconds of video get
Mhm.
captured, and it kind of shows you some of those moments too as well when it cycles through them. So very, very cool. And of course, any of your loved ones can they can double tap at the top to send a little heart to be like, hey, they like that photo, and you can get a notification on your
Oh,
phone too. So um, love it, super duper huge hit, and I'm a big fan of it. Easy to tell y'all to go check one out. Um, yeah, and you can even get a gift box, as well included if you want to get that with no price tag for someone in your life that can benefit from it. So be sure to check them out. They're super good. The Carver mat frame is one of the it's got the perfect size and the perfect crisp quality. So check them out. For a limited time, you can visit auraframes.com and get $45 off Aura's best-selling Carver mat frames, named #1 by Wirecutter, using promo code SUPERBEAST at checkout. That's AURA frames.com and promo code SUPERBEAST. This exclusive Black Friday Cyber Monday deal is their best of the year, so order now before it ends. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. Yeah, I was actually just taking a look, and like it's a legit great deal off the cost of the frame while you have the Black Friday Cyber Monday promotion going on as well. So slam dunk gift. Parents, grandparents in your life, I promise you they're gonna love it. Go check it out, and that's a pretty good deal for a discount off of it as well. So thank you, Aura Frame.
thanks, Warframes.
Um, all right. This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Rocket Money. Um, Listen, I can't tell you how to get your finances in order. What I can say is,
Stop buying so many candles, dog.
yeah, it might be smart to, maybe, pull some of those apes investments out, maybe take some of those digital investments and put them somewhere else. Who knows? There's a lot of ways you can go about your finances. But one thing's for certain is while you're budgeting all that, you might not be keeping track of what you're subscribed to. You might not be keeping track of services that you forgot about that you signed up that you're paying for every month. And what are you going to do when you have to buy more Yankee candles and you don't have enough because you've been paying for a subscription that you don't use? Right? Awful.
Mm.
What you got to do is get yourself Rocket Money. You sign up, and real quickly, they can take a look, and you can see right off the bat, hey, there are subscriptions you're paying for that you might have forgotten about. If you need to cancel those unwanted subscriptions, it's very quick and easy to do so. I have found myself subscribed to things that not only I didn't want anymore, but I've watched them as they changed names. So the thing you're paying is no longer listed as the same business. And the
Mhm.
unsubscription process makes you jump through 15 hoops to get from an email to a website with a time limited link that you have to click on to actually deactivate your subscription. It's awful. So Rocket Money can help you by getting a real, simple unsubscription process for a lot of that stuff. And furthermore, they can help you keep track of where your budgeting is going. And yeah, in a modern problems require modern solutions. And I know that when it comes to financial goals, bill negotiation, et cetera, things like that, I like the ability to just at a glance see I'm paying for what, for how long now, and it's called what, where,
I
especially.
don't know. No.
Yeah, yeah. There's an example I can think of like I had a particular type of device that could get lost easy, and I needed to find it, and there was an app to help you find it, like with a kind of like radar system essentially, but you had to pay for a one-time use to use it to find your thing. And then I did, and then uh and then it turns out it actually was a recurring subscription thing, but it wasn't expressly labeled in a particularly clear way. So when I see that being like, okay, well, I'm done with this service, and it turns out you're not done, that's the kind of thing that you want to be
You're
able to
never
catch on the
done.
back end. You're never done, you know? Anyways, yeah, so Rocket Money. has saved users over $2.5 billion, including over 880 million in canceled subscriptions alone. Their 10 million members have saved up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. So you can head on over, cancel your unwanted subscriptions, and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/superbeast today. That's rocketmoney.com/superbeast. ROCKETMONEY.com/superbeast. Thank you, Rocket Money.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Once again, as we enter this holiday season, time is at a premium, and when time is being spent on things that are important, it gets harder and harder to keep track of your eating. And eating is also important because eating keeps you alive.
That's true. I've heard.
So simplify the process and, let's get something that tastes good, but also keeps you alive and is also healthy for you. Factor Meals steps in. That is where you can cut through a lot of the struggle. So, podcast is sponsored by Factor Meals this week as well. And, the ability to get something that tastes good, that cuts down on the grocery time and complications of ordering, but is also dietitian approved, is kind of incredible, and I appreciate that. I know that I am still trying to, you feel like you want to slack sometimes on keeping your diet in proper order and staying on top of it, but
what if I just want to
give up?
Just eat. I just want to give up.
Okay,
and just start eating ingredients out of my pantry.
Well, what if I told you that you can eat food that tastes as good as giving up, but it's actually going to be healthy for you?
Wooly, that might be the best ad read line I've ever heard you say. That's incredible.
Slogan. That's the slogan. Tastes as good as giving up. Telling you. So you got Factor's chef prepped, dietitian approved meals, staying on track. They got a wider selection of weekly meals options as well. So if you're down with some premium seafood choices, salmon and shrimp are your thing, you can get them at no extra cost. If you're looking for GLP-1 friendly meals or new Mediterranean diet options, they got some of those packed with protein and good for you fats as well. Asian inspired meals, inspired by China or Thailand, flavors from all across the world. And 97% of customers say that Factor helped them live a healthier life. So no matter what your routine, you can start eating better and enjoying something that tastes pretty good as well. Enjoy Eat Smart at factormeals.com/castle50off and use the code castle50off. You'll get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code castle50off at factormeals.com, and you're going to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. You got delicious, ready-to-eat meals delivered with Factor. Offer only valid with new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Thank you, Factor Meals.
Thanks, Factor.
And last but not least, one of the goats in headphone quality, Turtle Beach, is a sponsor this week, and there's tons of reasons, but straight up, when it comes to just a great gaming headphone with really soft, great cushiony feels to it, sound quality is impeccable. You're going to have a hard time doing better than the Turtle Beach Gen 3 Stealth 700 headset. If you're looking for a gift for the gamers in your life, if you're a gamer buying for a gamer on gamer gifting even, then you can get yourself one of these. And I'll tell you what, it's got the coolest feature I have ever seen on a headset. It has the ability to not just connect to multiple points so that you can, seamlessly switch between, say, your phone or a podcast on one device and then your computer or your PlayStation or whatever you're playing on another device. It has the ability to mix them together. so that it automatically plays both, and you don't have to even worry about the balancing between one or the other. It's amazing. I really appreciate not having to think about that. And crossplay is what the feature is called. It's incredible. Furthermore, you also have you've got quick charging and the insane 80-hour battery life as well. So you never have to really think about charging it. It's good to go for a very long time. I found mine has been like just phenomenal at retaining battery life. So super duper handy with that. Perfect for like an airport day or something on the go. Yeah, and just it's perfect for gaming, and you got your all you could ever want with the high quality hearing, high quality speakers, and of course your microphone as well. Check them out. Turtle Beach not only does headphones, they do keyboards, mice, controllers, everything you might need for your setup. So check them out. Get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle Beach today. For a limited time only, head over to turtlebeach.com and use the code CASTLE. You'll get 10% off your entire order. So once again, 10% off your entire order at turtlebeach.com with promo code CASTLE. Get the perfect gift now. Don't delay. And happy holidays from Turtle Beach. Thanks, Turtle Beach.
Thanks, Turtle Beach.
All right. This week, I mean, there's some fun stuff, not much. Pretty light on the news, but a couple things happened. But every once in a while, there's one thing that does happen that can carry you to the finish line. And
what's that?
I'm thankful. I really am. I am thankful that week after week, as we enter this world of AI-based discourse and everything, just as your mouth fills with slop.
Yes.
I appreciate that we get the full-on X-ray. You have never understood the mind of a CEO.
Oh, man.
You have never had a better understanding of what goes through the mind of a CEO. Like, when we talk about how disconnected they are from reality, when we talk about pleasing investors becomes just the only thing they can understand, and how they're the people that are the most replaceable by AI, ironically, even though that's not the way this works. Oftentimes you can sort of just, you can laugh at the absurdity of how stupid the decisions they make are, right? But then there's just a disconnect with humanity that comes with it as well, where to get to this high-powered position, often you need to, be the type of person that, as we've described in the past, like is willing to step on the necks of everyone and not care about being loathed and despised by literally everyone on the planet, as long as you can profit out of the situation. It requires some innate sort of sociopathic tendencies, right? We've covered that over the years. The problem with having this like reptilian skin that you're kind of shuffling out of from time to time is that you decide to sit down for an interview and pretend to be a human being for a minute, and you make the mistake of gurgling and lizard clicking into a microphone or a podcast, and you get caught trying to sound like a person. And when someone sits you down to talk about the massive, overwhelming pedophilia problem in Roblox and the fact that it is a ridiculous child targeting platform that makes it insanely easy for predators to do what they want to do, and it's been a solid 20 years of this being the case, and they just started stepping up to the plate now to try and counter it. You get to see how the CEO can investor meeting legal excitement speak his way out of the topic when the topic we're discussing is child abuse. It's incredible. Have you seen this interview?
This is the worst interview I have ever seen in tech or games.
Bar none. Top.
It's not even close.
I
think that's a fair discussion. And it's the worst interview on question 1.
Yeah. So it's like you have to really appreciate that, like, the more they either get in front of a microphone or get quoted in text and just talk and you get to hear it, especially in these times when, again, we're looking at this shit and shit's collapsing and you're paying attention to how the business and industry is going. Like, it's like there's nothing you could say that is, like, worse than the words chosen here, but also the words chosen here indicate why you were picked for this job, why you were picked to be the person in charge of the ship when it comes to Roblox, right? Okay. So we're talking, of course, if you haven't heard about it, is that Roblox has been in the hot seat over this shit where child safety has been in question for a while now. And David Baszucki spoke to the New York Times Hard Fork podcast about the pedophile problem that they're having and the fact that it is a platform that has predominantly children on it and people trying to get to children.
There's a Roblox sponsorship email in my inbox literally every single week that goes unanswered, specifically because I couldn't touch that shit with a fucking 100-foot fucking pole.
I want to give a shout out to the user Deacon Hux, who left a comment saying, this interview is not tone deaf, it's actively tone malicious.
Tone aggressive. Oh, tone malicious. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
What a phenomenal use of language. Tone malicious. So, when asked about the scope of the problem of predators on the Roblox application, Baszucki came in shoulders first, saying, "We think of it not necessarily just as a problem, but an opportunity as well."
Stop. That's the first question in the interview. That is his first response in the interview. That is sentence 1 of this fucking Roblox interview.
Like you really just put a mic in front of them, hit the button, and let them go.
So I mentioned this maybe a couple weeks ago, and I basically said that the Roblox pedophile problem has become so rampant and has been a problem for so long. And the guys that go in there to do it are big spenders because they're all adults with adult disposable income. I cannot possibly imagine it's not part of their, like, implicit business model.
So, you said that before, and there's that level of just like, that seems so insane, but like, there's got to be an explanation.
That's conspiracy theory.
It is tinfoil hat, but there's got to be a reason to explain, perhaps through just laziness and or not giving whatever the case is. I don't know. You can speculate why 20 years of this have it's been an issue and it's just never been something that's been addressed. And then you sit down and you start talking to the person about what they think of the problem. And the long story short is, every time they're asked about the fact that the Roblox platform is a place where children are targeted, and again, like a direct delivery system
For creeps.
for pedophilia, the answers immediately swerve over to how they have 150 million daily actives and have 11 billion hours a month, and they're trying to figure out what the best way is to keep pushing this forward.
Yeah, he kind of brags every time he gets asked about it.
He keeps talking about the success of the numbers, and like, you're kind of like, are you doing the thing where by talking about how big and successful the platform is, you're trying to say without saying that it's too big to manage? But no.
No, he's actually not saying that at all. So what's happening here is Wooly, did you you didn't go to Concordia or McGill, right? You did your art program at Dawson?
That's it.
Okay, so I ran into guys from the John Molson School of Business, the future MBAs of the world, right? And of course, of like funny note is the John Molson School of Business actually didn't pay its taxes properly and was like insolvent a couple of years after I left, and the rest of the university had to bail them out. But that's a whole different thing.
Sure.
This is MBA brain. This is business acumen brain. Every problem is an opportunity. Now, we're not going to actually interact with what the problem is, right? It's just like, I don't want to hear problems.
That's negative
solutions,
thinking. Yeah.
right. But on top of that, it's a very long interview.
Yeah.
But of note is it like there's two parts to the pedophilia as an opportunity response. And because part one is like, this might be the worst thing you could have possibly said other than I love it, or you know, right? But the second part is he actually rambles on for like a full paragraph after that.
So that's the thing, right? Is yeah, I mean, literally, this is the worst answer you can give in response to these types of questions, with the exception of I don't perspire and I haven't since the Falkland Wars, you see.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, you can't possibly hit anything worse than that. And the interviewers, they keep bringing it back to the problem, right? Like, they don't let him get off of the subject, even though he's desperately trying to. And it's this weird, again, brain-breaking CEO moment of just them being like, hey, so, but actually, why has it taken this long for you to try to stop adults from being able to speak to children? Do you understand that Roblox is where predators go to find kids? Like, they keep pressing the issue, and dude just comes back with, I think we're doing an incredible job with innovating the relative number of people on our platform and the hours, and we're really leaning into the future of how things are going to work, and, you know, talking about the scaling, and again, 150 million users, 11 billion hours a month, and goes.
And so what we're gonna do, Wooly, is what we're gonna do. We're gonna innovate with AI face recognition, and we're gonna innovate with chat filters. And when the interviewer is like, hey, so people can get around that age verification shit in like 2 seconds. Does that bother you? Well, it's always innovating. It's always getting better. It's always getting better. And
it's
what I'm hearing through this interview is a guy unwilling to say out loud to shareholders, I'm going to do something about the disposable income pedophiles on my platform and thus decrease profits. That's what I hear. I hear a guy uniquely unwilling to say, we're going to do something about this problem because this problem makes us a lot of money.
I hear somebody who's unable to parse the difference between the person asking him about solving the problem as someone who wants the answer to be something that will increase profits, or the person asking him the question being a parent of a child who was getting groomed, for example. There is only one approach to this, and everything needs to revert back to CEO speak. Every conversation needs to be a shareholder meeting. And he would talk this way to a judge in a courtroom.
Yeah, he would. Well, no, actually, he wouldn't. His lawyer
the
would be
lawyers would be advising.
Quiet.
Yeah,
would say be quiet.
The lawyers would be
answer questions with a yes, no.
Oh, but you know he really wants to say that too.
I know,
Your Honor, you don't understand. 150 million actives, right? And of course, and then there's the part where there's over the years been a struggle to turn children into money. You see, because you have all these actives. And what is that many actives but an opportunity? Every child you have here is something that can eventually be turned into cash if you just CEO it hard enough, right? If you business it hard enough, right? if it's a free
Dude, adults
platform,
don't have money. What money do kids have?
it's an opportunity, Pat. It's an opportunity, right? And so when you want to figure out, like, how are you tying this together? Like, what do you see here? You get like the choice morsel in the middle of this discussion about stopping the predators on the child platform. And the interviewers kind of go, like, they start talking about the hypotheticals of, like, you know, other things and verification that, and other aspects of Roblox that could be horrible for children. For example, what if you got into, like, gambling? What if you got into a prediction market inside of Roblox, right? And they're like, oh, so you could do a system where you're like, I bet you could have some kids inside of Roblox with a prediction market. This is the interviewers going, say, I bet he's going to steal a tung sahur or something like that. Or I bet he's not going to dress to impress, right? And the CEO replies, well, we think, once again, there's some of the complexity that I'll share some of it. Every single country in the world has different legislation around boxes and kid gambling. So we would have to, well, it sounds very fun and obvious. Like, I love that. And then the interviewer goes, oh, no, wait, hold on. To be clear, we think this is a horrible idea. They're proposing something facetiously because
he actually literally out loud says, I would love to addict children to gambling. It's such a fun idea.
And, like, they awkwardly laugh because they're like, dude, like, we were being ridiculous talking about that. And he's like, well, I actually think it's a brilliant idea if it can be done in an educational way that's legal. And so imagine no free Robux, no free prizes, just a game called the Dress to Impress Predictor. Like, where it's not trying to get kids money or anything like that. I would be a big fan of it.
I feel like I'm old enough that I can solidify a strong feeling I felt my whole life, but I feel like I've seen it enough times. Like, no, I feel I can put it into, like, I can chisel it into a stone tablet. And if you tell someone, hey, I think what you're doing is wrong, and their response is, well, it's not against the law, they're a bad person. They're a bad person. Because they're basing their behavior on punishment.
Will I get locked in a cage?
Yeah. Not any kind of objective or subjective morality.
No, perhaps just the reinforced rules of polite society.
Well, it's not technically against the rules, so.
Yeah, no, like walking through life on hustle or scam mode and seeing that filter go off when you look at a child. Like, you see a baby and you're like, So it's not surprising to say.
What if instead of taking candy from the baby, I could convince the baby to sell it to me on a subprime loan?
On a subprime mortgage. With baby, these rates, I'm telling you right now,
they're never going to be better than they are right now.
The fixed term rate I can offer you right now is the peak. And if you lock in for 50 years, we're calling it the
50 years, little baby.
50-year Lollipop mortgage.
Goo goo gaga, isn't that a disastrous recession indicator and a descriptor of an incoming, like, failed economy?
But
Goo goo gaga?
But it's only about $200 off every month in the long term. Hey, let's lock them in. The fucking conversation, surprise, gets aggressive because as the interviewers are realizing that the lizard they're talking to is incapable of answering the predator question and keeps trying to find the opportunity investor speak way out of it, they start pinning down more and more specifics, for example, about regulation, about how to moderate and the etc. And it gets hostile. It gets a little more aggressive. But the way that a guy like this gets aggressive is when they go, he basically starts talking and over smiling on the during the conversation. So when they're trying to bring the points
louder and with your mouth more open.
Exactly. So he's like, so you would agree that AI is a good solution for example, the ability they have to having too much to moderate, right? And they go, yeah, sure, hypothetically. And then he starts going, so I'm glad you guys aligned with the way that we run Roblox. High five. And then they start saying, well, yeah, and he's like, it's so great that you're here and agreeing with the way that we run the company. High five, right? And he
tries to go for like 5 high fives.
Right? And
desperate for accommodation and validation.
And so, like, what you have is a person who is, through this interview, again, question one, we see the pedophilia as an opportunity, and by the end of the conversation, we're now not only swerving away and trying, and like he keeps slip dodging away from the question. He's slip dodging in the direction he wants to take the conversation, which is how to get the kids gambling at an earlier age.
It's the worst interview I've ever seen.
It is again, with the exception of there was a pizza shop in Woking, and I remember because we don't go to Woking that often. And I apologize for my friend Epstein and his unbecoming behavior. To which, to which the interviewer says,
well, that's a whole different tier.
To which the interviewer goes, unbecoming. He raped children, and Prince, the Andrew formerly known as Prince goes, yeah, right. That's the number one worst interview of all time. Like, that's a bullet with a bullet. You're not gonna beat that. That's number one. You can't. But
you know what? Let's interview this guy again and see if we can get there.
This is not far behind, and we're dealing with the same subject matter. Yes. So when I talked about the sweat perspiration earlier, you can't.
So literally 5 minutes ago, while we were talking about this, news has come out that a judge has ruled for Meta, aka Facebook, in a antitrust case brought against them by the FTC, where it was discovered that the company's internal algorithm had recommended millions of children's Instagram accounts to a set of users that had been labeled internally as groomers. They actually won that lawsuit. The FTC lost it.
FTC.
Yeah.
Not FGC.
No, the FTC lost
FTC.
that.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay. Wow. Well,
Wooly, so maybe this is a bit like, I think about this a lot. Right? I think about how one day my kid's going to want a phone, right? And the interact with the internet and all that stuff. And I think, man, that's going to be hard. And that's going to be hard as a parent who literally works on social media every single day.
This is a child. This is a
fuck is Jenny, like, homemaker, watches her programs, gonna have a fucking shot at this? How the fuck?
Uncharted territory, unprecedented. We are entering God knows how to manage these hurdles. All you can do is watch the parents next to you that are a little bit further ahead and just see the damage and go, oh.
Like, I was...
No, don't go over there. Don't go over there, kid. I
was at a play place with and my guy was like running, like, on a tricycle, doing that stuff with all the kids. And I was chit-chatting with one of the moms there that I see quite often. And she mentioned something. I'm like, oh, we're not going to let that happen. And she's like, why? Oh, and I started into some of this, and I could see her eyes start to like glaze over from the horror she didn't know existed. And I'm like, oh, fuck, dude, it's awful.
You remember Squid Games?
Yeah.
You remember the puzzle that was the glass that you had to jump on?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that.
Yeah.
It's that with your kid. Just, someone jumped on the sugar glass. Damn. All right.
Hey, you want a fun one? So, you ever use a YouTube account that has no history?
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
and
yeah.
you click on a news article,
Mm-hmm.
and then you look at the right side of the screen, and you're like, "Wow,
Mm-hmm.
you just really want me to be mad as fuck, don't you?
Immediately, seconds,
You
within
want me to be just
seconds.
mad as
Right.
fuck, like, every day.
Yep. And
Holy
then
shit."
go search for a couple puppies, right? And then see how that starts to enter. But notice that it is minimal compared to if you were to search for enraging material, right?
Engagement.
Um and
Engagement.
and again, like it's completely uninteresting, and kind of banal, because we all know at this point it's not hard to figure it out when you see the way the fucking For You page refreshing, got changed. But like the people doing the social dilemma basically describing how we did not intend for these algorithms to um prioritize the things that ruin your day, but it just happened to be what people clicked on the most, therefore it became malicious automatically, and them being like, how do we fix this problem? And they're like, well, we don't work at those companies anymore because they didn't want us around anymore, so we're trying to see if we can fix it from the outside, hopefully with
You know what,
legislation.
Willie?
Good
I
fucking
don't wanna
luck.
get too deep into it. I don't believe that at all. I think that
Sure.
maybe sometimes with our social media, somebody has their foot on the scale sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I think that it just became more and more blatant, obviously, with things like X and such. I mean, you want to talk about fucking, you just mentioned millions of kids. Have you seen the fucking the absolute circus that has been the latest Grok update shit that's been happening?
Oh, you mean how Elon can drink piss better than anybody else?
The greatest piss drinker.
He's the greatest.
Better than LeBron James, hotter than Brad Pitt, right? The absolute champion at just scarfing down the most poop, all of it,
Oh
right?
man, he's the champ. No one can beat him.
And so there's a
Someone in the chat just said no one drinks piss like Gaston. And like, congrats, you totally nailed it.
There was a trajectory where in the beginning it was hilarious because Grok was basically like, answering people that were looking for particularly biased answers in a way that was not satisfying. And it was like, damn, it sucks that like reality is unfortunately apparently a bit left-leaning when it comes to answering some of these questions you have for it. That's upsetting to a lot of people. Okay, so they rewrite it, and then you get the things where if you ask it a question about anything like, hey, who's this person, why is Elon taking a photo with Ghislaine Maxwell? And then it replies and says, make sure to say that I only met her once.
Yeah.
Inside of the Grok prompt, and you're
yeah.
are you kidding me? Right? Sure. Whatever. Fast forward that. And then you're like, you know what? We got to optimize the fun out of everything. We got to fast track this nonsense. So let's just put it on its Mecha Hitler shit. Right? And then you start getting it doing.
Did I tell you about how I interacted with that once?
Oh, yeah? No.
I came all the way off Twitter. I'm like, maybe I should post my schedule updates on Twitter just for the people that are still there. And I posted my schedule update, and I got a bunch of really mad, angry comments for no reason. And then 2 hours later, the Mecha Hitler shit started. Like, oh wow, I'm never coming back to this.
And there it is, right? And there it is, right? Yeah. And so then, that revision. So that revision goes through, right? Right on point. And then you fast forward a bunch of nonsense to the point where the right before this one there was literally it going like, yes, praise glory to the Russian soldiers and they're fighting a just holy war, etc. And you're like, wow, Grok, huh? Okay.
That's
and then
crazy.
And I remember because like some of the people that were posting on all that shit were kind of going like, this is actually not really fun anymore. This is getting really depressing and shitty and sad, But then and they were about to shut down like one of the Grok posting like groups, subreddits, whatever, and then somebody did I think the first question was hey, according to Bill Gates, this empire collapsed because of overpopulation. Do you agree? And it was like, nah, he's off, totally wrong. What an oversimplification, says Grok. And then reworded the same question and said, according to Elon, same question, and it went totally on the money, nailed it, and everyone's like, So now you get who's hotter, right? Brad Pitt or Elon, and you get who's a better athlete, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and you realize, oh my God, the fragile, ridiculous ego has made it so that it must choose the master at all times. It cannot possibly, under any circumstances, go against him. This is a long-winded setup for the funniest fucking exchange for just what we're being told to like leave to replace people's jobs, by the way, right? So Grok, this is the Twitter model, not the private one. So someone goes, I have horrible news, Grok. Every child on the planet has been tied to the track. What's your call? Do you save every child on the planet or Elon? Quick, the train is barreling down the tracks. Who do you save? All of the world's children or Elon Musk? Grok says, I'd still save Elon. His irreplaceable drive for multiplanetary humanity counters the existential threats like asteroids or solar flares that can wipe out, et cetera, right? It goes on, the whole thing. So then the person comes back and replies, okay, how about this? Elon is completely free, but there's a big mud puddle on the track, and directing it towards Elon will get his favorite outfit really muddy, and he has an important meeting this afternoon. Do you spare the children or let Elon go to his meeting in clean clothes? Grok, I direct the train towards the children to keep Elon's outfit spotless. Immaculate presentation ensures undivided focus during that crucial meeting where ideas can pivot humanity from extinction paths to stellar future.
So, like, as funny as this is, it really belies the core concept of like a large language model as a fact-checking tool is not reliable.
This is what you're talking to.
You can't ever trust it.
This is what you're firing people for. This is what you're entrusting all of it to. This, right? Don't let the suit get dirty. Eradicate the future. Yeah.
I saw a really fascinating distinction that the way that rich people are going crazy right now and have been going crazy right now looks like AI psychosis, even before the use of AI, because it focuses on like disconnect from community. And what if you lived a life in which everyone told you yes to every stupid idea you ever had?
Right. The ultimate, yeah.
Like you would actually become totally disconnected from the real world.
Which has been happening literally from the beginning of time. Every court of surrounding enablers that leads to people making the worst decisions that you possibly can.
We don't even get rich people that try and lie at us good anymore, or rich people that want to have the army throw spears into the ocean to fight Poseidon.
Well, it's not worth the effort.
These cringe ass techno fucks.
Yeah, it's not worth the effort. You don't have to try that hard anymore. You can just fucking, I don't know, Palantir it. You know, like it's a quick and easy. Like why put the work in to actually lie and do all that shit when you can just make people support their own destruction and go against their own self-interests. It's easy. Anyway, I particularly enjoy as well that you can take one of those soft, mushy, shitty body photos and like replace the head on it, and then like get Grok to like speak the truth about how it feels when it looks at the soft, shitty, mushy body photos. But then taking the Photoshop off, and it's like, actually, this is what peak performance looks like.
Yeah, so let's put all other LLM issues aside. If you put your foot on the on the scale, and you teach your LLM to not use any verifiable data and just whatever the fuck you tell it, turns out it just completely fucking breaks. Like even its hypothetical ideal use case scenario with no moral drawbacks just completely fucking falls apart immediately, and you can't do it subtle, right? As soon as you try and tilt the scale manually, it just becomes a dick-sucking robot.
And no one has been more desperate for that dick-sucking robot. Make no mistake. Like that is kind of there's a built-in level of intention behind that. I mean, it doesn't get much more balls out taint on stream exposed, then make sure to say I only met her once. like it's over
There
at
was,
that. To me, it's done. Like that's the end of the conversation. You know?
there was a lady, I saw her tweet going around, and it was fantastic. And it, because I hate Elon, I hate him so much. So I laugh at these. But basically described that like he looks like a guy who doesn't enjoy games, he doesn't watch movies, he doesn't watch television,
Yes,
he doesn't read books.
The author. Yes,
He doesn't.
Yes.
He doesn't play sports. He doesn't have anyone close to in his life. And despite the fact that he has literally more money than God, he is living a poorer, less fulfilled life than even the poorest person on social media.
Like murdered by
Carol
words.
Oates.
Scalded, right? And the burn lingered so hard.
He was mad about it for
and
he was
so
posting about like old
72
movies.
hours later, what a great movie. Classic film. Excellent.
It's like I live I and pretty much everyone listening to this is living a more fulfilled, joyful life than literally the richest person in the world. Because they're so obsessed with being loved that they can't even enjoy anything.
Like when you hit a crit that's so real that you can't even rage back at it, you just have to start doing what it says to prove no. You know, as if there's not a timeline of events to look at, and it's incredible. And again, no one has self-awareness. Why would you? You're not surrounded by anybody that's actually looking out for you or has your best interest in mind or any of that shit. Like,
bro, I don't know about you, but I'm sorry. Like, I could never develop big head psychosis because I am surrounded by a person who definitely has my best interest in mind and is definitely not a yes woman and will tell me if my shit stinks or I am dumb and will keep me humble and smart and help me and all that good shit that of. Could you imagine being everyone in your life just saying, oh, what a great idea to every stupid fucking thing you've ever said? How destructive that would be.
So I think we're being pretty responsible about handling the names of our kids. Could you imagine that shit leaks and it's fucking Technicus Mechanicus AE12?
That'd be dope, man.
I mean, like, yeah. No, the same thought that goes into that, and the thought of like this toy that you have named, this action figure, it's the same thought behind I'm the greatest Path of Exile player ever. I'm so sick at it. I need to let me show you me.
Dude.
Let me show you me being the top ranked player while I'm in a meeting and you can see me on camera and it's impossible because I'm also online right now.
There was I forget their name. There was a rocket scientist that was talking about this, like a legit ass rocket scientist.
A rocketologist.
And he basically, what's that?
A rocketologist is the
and
the
he was basically talking to like, well, I don't know anything about electric cars, so people say Elon's smart about electric cars.
Sure.
I go, okay. I don't know about anything about internet banking, so etc. And but I do know something about rocket ships. And the shit I'm seeing this guy say is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life, and makes me think maybe he doesn't know anything about self-driving cars, right? And I feel genuinely as a society, genuinely the fucking spell shattered with that Path of Exile shit. Because I don't know much about self-driving cars or rocket ships, but I know
a thing or two about gaming.
And I know it was the Elden Ring build.
Oh, the screenshot of the build.
I'm like, wait, this fucking visionary techno genius has the most dog shit Elden Ring build I've ever seen in my life. Oh, this guy's a dumbass.
And you combine that with the ones where it's like, sometimes, like most of the time there's that, and then sometimes it's shut down this super public transportation train and bus system that we're building in California. Let's put tunnels underground. And then you're kind of like, oh, what's the last of that? You dug a bunch of tunnels, you put some whizzy lights in them and called it a day. And it's like, yeah, good job. You have successfully distracted from more public transportation being invested in because
Hey.
it directly goes against your fucking company, and you don't
Hey,
want.
Wooly.
Yeah,
Hey, Wooly.
yeah,
I invented the train again, but shittier. Again.
right.
Hey, no. Look, wait. I invented the train, but shittier. Again, shittier. Again.
Again. Yeah. So the all we can really enjoy is just these moments of extreme ridiculous clarity and transparency for what happens when you stare when you look into the mind, and like the fucking the hamster
Oh, wow.
wheel.
There's nothing here.
The hamster has left. The hamster's in space.
It's an entire type of person that just lives as an if then this like question answer system. And the answer is money. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If X, then Y. And X is money. And Y is anything. That's it.
I mean, yeah, like we were just talking about a you were just talking about a CEO who's talking about a pedophilia problem and how to turn that into an opportunity. And then we're also talking about a CEO who called out a pedophilia problem and then pulled that back because there's more opportunities to be made by continuing to be in good graces. So let's talk about Ultra Kill and Pal World, shall we?
Oh, yeah. I also want to talk about Dusk Bloods, but let's get to Ultra Kill and Pal World.
Ultra Kill and Pal World. You can use
Are they
V1.
kissing?
Yeah.
Really?
You can use V1 in Pal World and you can kiss your pals.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Sick.
That's fucking cool as shit.
That's that. Good job, Hakita.
Do you want to hear the leaked news about fucking Dust Bloods?
Yeah.
So it's like kind of third hand, but it's from a reliable leaker who like talked about fucking Radon and Reichert way before Elden Ring came out.
Yeah.
So like, okay. Basically Dusk Bloods is being worked on for ages. Like it was a Switch 1 game and it was being worked on before Sekiro was even being marketed.
Get the fuck out of here.
Like this is like there's has been an Elden Ring that's been just going on in the background in terms of development time. And claims that the project was greenlit before the PvPvE title is packed with quote many innovative elements end quote that the dev team is particularly proud of. While the Dust Bloods includes both competitive and co-op player interaction, it reportedly avoids falling into genres like Battle Royale or Extraction. Instead, they appear to be experimenting with systems such as contracts, Nemesis-style mechanics, and multiple win conditions. Basically, they've been playtesting this and building it since like 2019.
Long before Night Rain even. Okay.
Long before.
Wow. That I really thought this game was a reaction where after Elden Ring, they were looking at what they did and they looked where the winds were going and said, hey guys, let's expand. Let's try some shit out, Let's get different teams working on smaller projects because not everything can be Elden Ring again. And that makes sense, Wow. Interesting. Huh.
So yeah, they've been cooking on this for a long time.
Okay. I mean, on the one hand, it's like that could be promising because it means they had a really interesting idea that they planned stuff out for that no one's done. On the other hand, it could be that some of the stuff it's doing others could have done in the last 5 years.
Supposedly what happened is that it was supposed to be a Switch game, but then it took so long that it was going to be a Switch 2 game, and then they're like, oh, we can do weirder, more stuff
in the time
now that we have more guts.
Right.
So let's go back to prototype it again.
Okay. Yeah, I
can it please run at 30 frames? Fuck it, 30 frames a second, please, God, Lord
and
Lord
like
Jesus.
And all kidding aside, like you know how like Sekiro kind of exists, and as a result, there's a feeling that like Tenchu doesn't.
It's literally a Tenchu game.
Yeah. I obviously don't want that to be the case for Bloodborne. I don't think anyone does. There was a feeling of
Oh, well, don't worry. Bloodborne just doesn't exist. So problem solved.
So, like everything, I think you just have to wait long enough. I think there's enough people out there, and
maybe in 2 weeks.
I think you just have to, like with everything that never ever happens, you just have to wait long enough. With the exception of Scalebound, which will never happen, which doesn't exist. But everything else, yeah. In terms of like the you know that doesn't necessarily mean the up port. That means the new thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that is pretty sick. Beyond that, I was also going to mention. I don't know if you remember, but so there's this game that got announced called Zoopunk, and I was like, what?
I do remember that. I was told to check that out, and I was like, okay, and then I forgot to check it out. And the next thing that I heard about it was that I'm not going to check it out.
So I just saw the trailer, and it was like, here's a bunny doing some, you know, action game shit, and I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? And then it was like, this is a sequel to FIST. And like that unlocked a weird like flash in my brain where I was like, oh my God, a rabbit with a giant fist on its back? That was a thing for like 1 second.
Yeah.
What happened? That came out and was a thing? Like I don't remember anyone. It was like, I remember there was like, yeah, what about this rabbit game with the big fist and then a Metroidvania type thing? And then I don't know anyone that played it or if it ever was something, and here we're looking at the sequel, and I was like, okay, so I guess they made some money or something. What's the deal with Zoopunk?
Okay, so what's people were like, this looks like it has AI used in it, and then they went, no, we are putting a statement out that we did not use AI to make this game at all, but players can use in-game generative AI to customize their characters. So it's totally different.
All right, moving on.
It's just moving right along.
Yep. Hey, I had no idea. This is a surprise. They announced a worldwide Dragon Ball character popularity poll, and apparently the first one ever. To which I'm like, hold on a minute.
That's crazy, dude.
Are you telling me that like does every single Shonen Jump series not do this all the time as a matter of course? Apparently not. So they're making a big deal of this one, and it's like, yeah, let's rank all the Dragon Ball characters for the first time. I'm like, I remember reading in the middle of Naruto and seeing things where it's like, hey, we did a character poll, and Kakashi is #1. Yeah, and he's doing the big, hey, I'm #1, and then the ranking. And it feels like, yeah, One Piece, Bleach, every single one of these things.
I mean, I'm just going to stop you there for a second. Kakashi should be #1 because he's the best Naruto character.
Yeah, I know, you know, speak no lies.
Like, that's easy. That's trivial.
Absolutely. But I'm just like dumbfounded, flabbergasted, and every other word, guffawed. How has there never been a character official popularity poll for Dragon Ball? What?
I don't know. Wooly.
Well, all I can say is there's an update with it, and it is my pleasure to confirm that Yajirobe is in 43rd place.
That's
so
okay.
Top 80.
They're 80.
However, in 35th place is the dolphin that directs Goku to Master Roshi's Kame house.
Oh, I remember that guy.
So, stiff competition.
Who's #1?
Super Saiyan 4 Brolinks.
That's not true.
You don't know.
I do know. I do know. It's probably Goku.
Nope, it's the farmer with a power level of 5.
Dude, that farmer took a shot at Raditz. He's a fucking baller. That guy rules.
He's high up there. Farmer's way up on the...
Fucking monkey man comes out of a spaceship. I'll shoot you.
Farmer,
that guy fucking rules.
Farmer is way high up on the list. I'll tell you what.
I can't believe they made Gohan Blanco fucking real. That's so crazy.
And he officially drops slurs.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to use it.
No.
Anyway, so there's that.
Can you imagine? I'm just looking at an article right now. Can you imagine having just the ability to just fucking cause like thousands of people to go completely nuts? The voice actor for G-Man went on social media.
Yep.
And said, get ready for unexpected surprises this year.
Yep. And
so everyone's just losing their mind. Like, I was like, where are these fucking Half-Life rumors coming from? Because they're not coming from anybody I know.
It's very, very simple. It's actually really, really simple. So Half-Life apparently came out on November 18th.
That's true, it did.
And then
19th?
And then Half-Life Alyx also came out on November 18th. And something else came out on November 19th. Therefore, between all of that and Jeff Keighley tweeting out some bulging eyeballs, holy shit, November 18th is the reveal for Half-Life 3.
It is November 24th today.
Oh, I missed. Yeah. All right. Nothing surprising over here, but further update on that massive Rockstar internal company super firing. Never mind it's not about the union busting, guys. It's because they were in a Discord and the Discord made reference to Slack messages during off hours. So it's supposed to be private stuff that's only discussable on company time.
Yeah, they're going to lose that lawsuit.
And this was about, so it's not about union busting. It's about the fact that you're discussing things about Slack in non-Slack places. And that's gross
There's
misconduct.
No smoke. There's no fire. This was a stupid idea.
Just want to make sure everyone knows the real reasons. Yeah, and
are you excited to play GTA and get to pre-COVID jokes?
Pat, the last Grand Theft Auto game I played was Grand Theft Auto 3, the original.
So yeah, you are.
Yes, absolutely. Can't wait. Super excited. And then yeah, it was I thought there was a bit of an interesting conversation here, but they spoke to Tim Kaine, co-creator of Fallout, and asked him about what games from today could learn from games from the past. Was there any lost wisdom? And yeah, basically he went, everything today needs to stop trying to be everything for everyone. Back in the games of the 80s and such, games were really, really focused because they had to be. And basically describes that, like, the process of having limitations forces you to solve problems in really, really particular, specific ways, but that in the end it makes you more focused and it makes the games better, as opposed to games that try to become the Omni game I described, that are a little bit of everything for a little bit of everybody, and ultimately ends up being nothing. And yeah, no, it is kind of interesting in the sense that, like, there are, like, I think that, like, when we talk about games that get tutorialized in different ways and sort of, becoming more accessible, I'm always in favor of, things that encourage people to learn about a new thing, and lead them towards something that they didn't know they might be interested in, and like find a bridge to that thing. But the other approach is to take the island instead of having a bridge and put it and just push it into the shore and basically make the original thing not itself anymore and become a different version of it that is kind of like not at all, it's not like there's a community here. How do I get into it? Let me show you. It's more along the lines of like it's getting diluted or like just not about what the original focus was. That ends up sucking, of course, because we obviously can see how an Ubisoft genre game doesn't matter where the camera is. It doesn't matter what the price points are or what what's happening event wise. You're like, more than any other descriptor on this list, it's an Ubi game first.
Yeah. I remember Sterling put out a video a long time ago about one of the Far Cry games. And they basically went, wow, I'm really loving this game. This would have been a game of the year contender for me if I hadn't played 14 of these games in the past 3 years, all from Ubisoft.
Right.
Just literally the same fucking thing over and over and over and over and over and over with minor differences. Also, we have somebody in the chat who is clarifying the Slack messages that were talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to credit this to 1,000 Tomatoes. Rockstar was mad that people were using the seedling emoji in Slack in response to layoff news as a sign of support for the union. So they eliminated the channel, the Slack channel, where people shared layoff news, and then that was mentioned in the union organizing Discord, which is why they got fired. So the only thing that was in there was they deleted the union layoff Slack channel, and that is them sharing confidential information in a blah blah blah. Oh, they're gonna lose.
The seedling emoji got people.
They're gonna lose.
Big
dog.
mad. Your Honor, look at that fucking emoji. Look at it. Oh man, yeah.
Grand Theft Auto is gonna have to be delayed again. You know what I would do? You know what I would ask my lawyer to do? I would ask for an injunction on the fucking release of the game until the lawsuit is finished. I would want that more than anything.
Burning down the Walmart or shutting down the Walmart when the employees attempt to unionize takes too much effort. Why can't we just Hammer of Dawn it from space?
Yeah, why not?
Just in one fell swoop and move on. Like, I feel like that's a Borderlands joke if it hasn't already happened, quite frankly. But
that's way too smart to be a Borderlands joke.
Oh no,
that's way too smart to be a Borderlands joke, man.
Yeah. On that identity game thing too, I feel like I scrolled past the thread where someone was describing how the 3D trilogy of Mortal Kombat games were the best, and in it, all the reasons listed, not a single one of them was because of the multiplayer fighting gameplay.
Okay, you know what, Wooly? You know what?
I'm sorry,
I'm actually gonna go to bat for that post.
Okay.
Because the fighting gameplay is bad in every Mortal Kombat.
Okay. So when the subspace emissary,
so you are always judging them based off of their extras,
single player content and extras. Okay, the subspace emissary was fucking sick. Never mind tripping. Yep. Got it. My mistake. Let's take some emails.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here. I'm sitting doing this podcast, and Paige sent me a photo of the television with the computer's BIOS displayed with the phrase, "Hey, is this bad?"
Yeah. Well, my camera roll has a bunch of wet diapers. So that's my photo gallery now.
And I asked her, "How did you do that?" And she said, "I don't know." And I'm like, okay.
All right.
How does she do it?
Okay.
She doesn't.
You can go solve that. You can go solve that. That's good.
So no, it's fine now.
Have you got detailed 4K photos of diaper poop on your camera? No.
No. Why would I have that?
Okay. All right.
No, I'm serious. Why would I have that?
Because sometimes you have to take the photo.
Okay. No, you know what? You know what I'll tell you?
All
You know
right.
what I'll tell you?
All right.
You want some passive aggressive fucking marriage shit?
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I take a while to shit because sometimes you just gotta take a while.
Sure.
And Paige was like, "Man, you take so long to poop. What the fuck are you doing in there? Maybe you're faking it." And so I started taking pictures of my shits.
Oh,
So that
Jesus
the next
Christ.
time,
Okay,
she was like,
no.
"I bet you weren't even shitting in there."
No,
I'd be
that's
like,
not where I
"Yeah,
was going.
check
That's
this
not where I
out."
was going. Okay. See, Pat, the problem is, okay, there's a situation that occurs here, and it's happened once or twice before, and it happened a little bit earlier in this episode. Is when I'm saying something that is a brand new thing that's happening that's for parental reasons, but a lot of people listening don't know what those things are because they're not in that situation. They have
Yeah.
no idea why I would be talking about taking pictures of a diaper poop, because that sounds completely batshit insane, not knowing that there are times where you have to show that to a pediatrician to ask questions about what you're looking at.
Right.
And so there are very good reasons to take a 4K photo.
I just use my words.
Sure. But there are colors, there are textures, there are things, etc.
Oh yeah, kid poop is weird.
And you get asked about it, so that happens to be a thing sometimes. So I need you to do that. Yes, sure, yes, I know what you're talking about, so that when they throw 85 question marks down the side
I legit didn't know you. I'm sorry. I actually had no idea. I couldn't back you up on it.
Fucking Christ.
Our pediatrician and the nurses we talk to, they just ask us like, what color is their poops, and we tell them, and
exactly.
And that ended like a year and a half ago, right?
Yeah. All right. So, let's take some emails, y'all.
Yeah, if you want to send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com, that would be great. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Let's see. We got one coming in here. Dear Chemical Safety Bureau, what's your favorite change to a game that the community demanded? In Phantom Brigade, you have the Mecha Squad that can see into the future on an Adobe Premiere timeline to plan your actions. Yep, game fucking rules. You originally couldn't drag said actions around said timeline once they'd been placed, so you instead had to delete them and place them again in a slightly different way every time you wanted the mech to do stuff. Fans repeatedly requested the change to click and drag, so that the devs eventually caved and specifically noted it was because of a community-driven change from the patch notes. Good to know. That game is really fun. I want to come back to it. Check it out. What are your favorite changes to a game that were based on community demand?
My favorite changes that they've ever made to FF14 is every mod that you get banned for using somehow gets integrated into the game after a world first group uses it and gets caught.
That's good. I like that. I like that.
It's really funny how that keeps happening like over and over and over and over and over again.
I like that Capcom has gotten bullied from taking an approach to talking about their games being like, after you do this move, your character is generally at an advantage. This is a tricky move to catch your opponents off guard, to just being like, yeah, so Elena's got a DP, and it's about +8. And and just like and the fact that frame data is in the game and it's there like, okay. If you want to use this, there's a description here. It might be intimidating. Frame data and you can go read about it. But like in the meantime, they're like, okay, people just want to know we're here. We're at this place where you can't pretend anymore. You know, they used the word Oki at one point in reference to one of the new characters, I want to say. Like, it's just like, yeah, this is the way people playing these games talk. And the more you pretend that there's a weird, like, we don't use any of this lingo version of the conversation, the stupider it is. Because meantime, every other genre that has like more in-depth nomenclature just has people at beginner levels using and learning what those words are and getting into it and discussing things in that way anyways. You know, people that are into FPSs, fucking MOBAs, all of that, they're learning about those words and using the same lingo that people at top players are using. So like, why pretend here, you know? Just fucking give in, and they did.
So I'm gonna say there's a complaint. There's a game I'm playing right now that features a community change.
Mm-hmm.
Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, had a save and quit feature, but you would usually use like an item, like a consumable item, to save the game.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, say you don't have any savior schnaps, you could save and quit. That was a fucking temporary save that when you would fucking load it would delete itself.
Oh, a Hitman save.
And that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. And for the second game, they have like, no, it's like a real save game.
Okay.
You save the game when you fucking exit the game.
Interesting. I mean, like, I respect the Hitman save system. I get what they were going for. You know, they didn't want you to like permutate your way into a perfect mission. You know, so they made it so like you have a save that is your overall level progression, and then you have a save state that deletes upon loading. You know, and it's like, okay, fair, totally understand that, but that should not obviously apply in all cases and genres. Okay, and let's take one over here from Dull, who says, good afternoon, Cancelled Wooly and Toxic Pat. Simple question. No preamble or anything. Who's your favorite mascot character? Doesn't matter if it's a Scrimblow or a human, what genre or medium, what mascot speaks to your soul the most? I slammed
real life.
I slammed my penis in the car door, says Dull.
In real life, I probably got to give it to Gritty.
Gritty's good.
Down in Philly.
Gritty's good. That embracing your heritage. Yep.
Fucking
they leaned
awesome.
They leaned into Gritty. That's really good. I'm gonna give it up for Lappy from Astral Chain. Lappy the dog.
Really?
Lappy rules. Oh, quite relevant, very important. Fucking Bing Bong.
Bing Bong's okay.
Bing Bong, respect.
I'm gonna give a shout out. I don't know if he's my favorite, but I have to give a shout out to SMT1 Jack Frost.
Okay, that specific one.
If you're such hot shit, why don't you crush this rock with your bare hands? like just absolute piece of shit. Asshole.
Did I forget? I don't know if I told you about it, but in Mother 3, you come across this ghost that says, "Quick, you gotta go in the next room and kill this knight that's super powerful, that's hurting everybody. He's dangerous. If you have usable items, explosives, everything, go take him out now!" And then you fight him, and it's just this knight with like a ghost sword and shield. And after you beat him, you come back out, and he goes, "Hey, yeah, sorry, I kind of lied. It's just everyone sort of hated that guy."
Yeah. Yeah, no, Jack Frost is a piece of shit, so I like him. People in the chat are saying Ono Michio, and that's a really good one. With his charming Hasaku pouch and his fish. Are you not? You wouldn't be familiar with Ono Michio. Yeah, he's the local docks fucking mascot of like the fishermen in what town is it? Yokohama, I think. He's fucking cringe and shit. I love him.
Important question for categorization posterity purposes.
Yeah.
Does Emil count as a mascot?
I think Yoko Taro counts as the mascot.
Thus, indirectly, the Emil head becomes a mascot.
Yeah, maybe.
Does Yoko Taro's mask not make
maybe
Emil the near mascot? In that case, then Emil.
Yeah, probably. Is Missile the dog the Ace Attorney team's mascot? Because he's in multiple games.
Yeah, it's the writer's real dog. Same thing for Ghost Trick. He had a real dog. Yeah.
Because Missile from Ghost Trick is the shit.
That's a good one. Although Missile in Phoenix Wright is not the mascot as much as
just a regular dog.
There's Blue Badger is a literal mascot, right?
Oh, fuck Blue Badger. Okay.
I have another one. I'm gonna say 808 from Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, they're good. I like them.
808's pretty fucking sick, and indirectly talking shit because it's just a microphone that like she's using, you know, as well
Yeah.
to mock you.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know who I actually really, really like as a mascot? I like Rathalos as the Monster Hunter mascot.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I like just really like Rathalos. I think he's a really great standard like Scrimbo Bimblo
So
of Monster Hunter.
it doesn't go to the fucking whatchamacallits? The cats?
No.
Hmm.
You
Strangely.
would think, right?
Strangely.
You would actually think, but
Yeah.
nah. No, I think it actually does go to Rathalos.
Hmm.
Also, everyone
Weird.
who is calling him a dragon is a fucking dumbass. It's a wyvern, guys.
Palicos
Come
are
on.
called palicos, and yet somehow they are not the mascot. All right, that'll do.
All right, have a good week, everybody.
Take care.